Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Lancaster County Planning Commission of October 18th, 2023. A printed agenda is available outside the hearing room, and a copy of the full agenda, including staff reports, is available online or at the Planning Department, room 213. The Open Meetings Act is posted just inside the doors at the back of the room. If you have parked in the parking lot across the street to the north, the gate is open. No parking coupons are needed. Out of courtesy for those attending this meeting, commissioners, and the staff, cell phones may not be used in the chamber during any portion of today's meeting. We appreciate your cooperation. The Planning Commission action today is final on the following items. 1.1B, Preliminary Plat 23003, 1.3 Special Permit 13048B, 4.1B Special Permit 06068B, and 4.2 County Special Permit 23035. Any aggrieved person may appeal final action of the Planning Commission to the City Council or to the County Board by filing a notice of appeal with the clerk within 14 days following the action of the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission action on all other items is a recommendation to the City Council or the County Board. I would like to note before we start our agenda today that we have received a request to move item 5.1 Street and Alley Vacation 23005 to be heard prior to item 4.1 County Special Permit 23035, public hearing item on today's agenda. Is there a motion to approve this request?
So moved. Campbell?
Second, Joy.
Shelley?
Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Edgerton,
Yes.
Fight,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes. The first item of business is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting held October 4th, 2023.
So moved. Campbell?
Second, Joy.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Edgerton,
Yes.
Fight,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Minutes approved 8-0.
The next item of business is the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda will be called at the same time and will not be scheduled for a separate public hearing unless there is a request from someone wishing to speak or at the request of a commission member. I will ask Shelley to read all the consent agenda items into the record. Once those items are read, she will ask if there is anyone wishing to speak. If you wish to speak on an item on the consent agenda, we would ask that you stand and state that item. That item will then be removed from the consent agenda and scheduled as a separate public hearing under Section 3 of today's agenda. All items remaining on the consent agenda will be voted upon in total with a motion for approval. Shelley, will you please call the items on the consent agenda?
I will note that Commissioner Joy has declared a conflict of interest on item 1.1A, Comprehensive Plan Conformance 23014, and item 1.1B, Preliminary Plat 23003 on today's consent agenda, and therefore will recuse herself from voting on the consent agenda. First item is item 1.1A, Comprehensive Plan Conformance 23014, to review as to conformance with the 2050 Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan, the Industrial Avenue and Superior Street redevelopment plan, with 153 acres generally located between Industrial Avenue on the west, Superior Street on the north, and Salt Creek on the east and south, Section 710.7 and 610.7, and included within the redevelopment plan is the Kinney Industrial District project to include commercial and industrial uses, along with the extension of North 33rd Street on property generally located on lots 188 and 189, 710.7, Lincoln, Lancaster County section, Lincoln, Lancaster County, Nebraska, generally located at 33rd and Superior Streets. Associated with item 1.1B, Preliminary Plat 23003 for two industrial lots generally located at 3111 Superior Street. This is final action, and I will note that Planning Commission members did receive a staff memo dated October 18, 2023, reflecting revisions to the conditions of approval as agreed upon by staff and the applicant. Item 1.2, Comprehensive Plan Conformance 23015, to review as to conformance with the 2050 Lincoln Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan for Center Terrace Redevelopment Plan, a proposed guide for redevelopment activities within the redevelopment plan area, including mixed-use, commercial, and residential uses on property generally located at 1000 South 13th Street. Item 1.3, Special Permit 1304AB, amending the existing special permit to increase the maximum number of residents at the residential healthcare facility from 18 to 21 people with waivers to the setback requirements to the existing garage on property generally located at 740 South 17th Street. This is final action. Item 1.4, miscellaneous. Item 23006, to review the proposed determination that the College View redevelopment area be declared blight and substandard as defined in the Nebraska Community Development Law. The study area is approximately 73 acres, generally located between South 46th Street on the west, Hillside Street on the north, South 49th Street on the east, and Linden Street on the south, located in sections 597 and 897, Lincoln, Lancaster County, Nebraska. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these items?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting these sites to be disclosed?
No.
If there is anyone here wishing to speak on these consent agenda items, please stand and state that item.
Seeing that there are no people wishing to speak on these consent agenda items, I would entertain a motion.
I would move that we approve the consent agenda. Campbell?
Second, Edgerton.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Edgerton,
Yes.
Veit,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Approved.
I will now ask Shelley to call the requests for deferral.
A request has been made by staff requesting that agenda item 2.1, text amendment 23012, to amend Article 14, Community Unit Plan, and Article 19, Board of Zoning Appeals of the Lancaster County Zoning Regulations in Chapters 2, 4, 5, and 7 of the Lancaster County Subdivision Regulations be placed on pending until further notice.
So moved. Campbell?
Second, Edgerton.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Edgerton,
Yes.
Veit,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Approved 8-0.
Now we will move on to, is there, no, we already did that one. Have to see. Yeah, I am missing a page. Thank you. We'll now proceed to public hearings. Prior to staff making a brief presentation, each staff person should state their name, agency, and address. The applicant will then be requested to present his or her testimony, followed by those who wish to testify in support, followed by those, although, excuse me, I do need to back up. Because we deferred that item, is there anyone here today who is wishing to speak on the item that was just deferred? You can't speak today, or you can wait until the next meeting. Okay. Now we will proceed to public hearing. Prior to staff making a brief presentation, each staff person should state their name, agency, and address. The applicant will then be requested to present his or her testimony, followed by those who wish to testify in support, followed by those who wish to testify in opposition. The staff will then be given an opportunity to respond to the testimony, and then the applicant shall have an opportunity for rebuttal. Each person testifying should state their name and address and shall have 5 minutes to speak unless additional time is requested and granted. The clerk will use a light system to help aid your timing for your testimony. The lights will appear on the monitors provided. The green light indicates start time for the testimony. The yellow light represents there is 1 minute remaining, and the red light indicates that your 5 minutes has expired, and the clerk will indicate that your time is up. If during your testimony you have copies of documents or materials you would like distributed to the Planning Commission members and or included as a part of the record, please provide them to the clerk. The Planning Commission will vote immediately at the close of the public hearing unless the Commission votes to defer action or to continue the public hearing. for individuals who want to testify on the street and alley vacation 23005 or county special permit 23035, testimony will be taken from individuals in the order that they signed in. Shelley, please call the first public hearing item.
First item is item 4.1A, change of zone 23066 from AG Agricultural District to AGR Agricultural Residential District on property generally located at Southwest 40th Street and 1/2 mile south of West Denton Road, associated with item 4.1B, special permit number 06068B to amend the Bridges Community Unit Plan to add an additional 160 acres and additional 62 dwelling units with associated waivers on property generally located at Southwest 27th Street and West Denton Road, and this is final action. I will note that Planning Commission members did receive a staff memo dated today, October 18, 2023, reflecting revisions to the conditions of approval as agreed upon by staff and applicant. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on these applications?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of this site to be disclosed?
No.
Good afternoon, Tom Chaka, planning staff, 555 South 10th Street. So there are two applications before you, a change of zone and a special permit for a community unit plan for the Bridges. The site is located at Southwest 27th and West Denton Road. The area of the change of zone is this area here. It's approximately 160 acres. The change of zone is from AG Agricultural to AGR Agricultural Residential. The special permit is to amend the existing Bridges Community Unit Plan to enlarge the area by including this new area. And with this new area, the density increases from 70 lots to 132 lots. So they're adding 62 dwelling units. The area of the new dwelling units will be in this area. There will be no additional dwelling units down here. So mainly this area through here is new lots, and there's a couple new lots up in here. This is for a future conceptual when someday in the future that the city would get out there and there would be a change of zone to a residential district. Each lot, new lot, will have its own well, and they will use the existing lagoon system for their wastewater system. The applicant submitted data on 10 existing wells in the area. The well data was reviewed by the Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department, and their conclusion was there appears to be adequate water for these additional lots. The roads, these new lots mostly will range between 8,700 square feet to about 11,000 square feet, more in line with some of our larger residential lots within the city. The new roads within this area, which would be here, some of these roads, will be public streets. And although they're public streets, they're outside the city limits, so they're county roads. However, the county has regulations on how they maintain roads. Some of their requirements are that there be at least 6 houses built on a road, I believe occupied houses. And also they have to connect to another street that the county already maintains. So it could be quite a few years before the county would actually take over maintenance of these roads. The applicant has asked for a number of waivers, and almost all of them were approved with the previous special permit. And so they're just asking for those waivers to continue into this new area. The one exception is that they're asking for some of these smaller lots in here to have R3 setbacks instead of AGR, which is what the zoning would be here. Considering the size of the lots and the area, planning does not object to any of the waivers. That's all I have.
Any questions for Tracy?
Tom, so this is, this kind of falls in with that rural cluster subdivision kind of concept, is that correct?
Yes.
But it's actually all the additional lots that are being added to this CUP are all in the area that was already a part of the CUP.
Right. This area was within the boundary of the existing CUP, but they had maxed out their density.
Got it.
So to allow more density, they had to bring in this additional area, this area where they're doing the change of zone on. So this will be within the boundary of the community unit plan, but it's showing for what's called urban reserve. That's part of the build-through requirement. So that urban reserve is basically where something can be developed once city services get out there.
You mentioned that the current lagoon is being expanded to accommodate the 132 dwelling units versus the current approval for 70.
Right.
Can you point out where that is?
I believe it's up here.
Okay.
And my understanding is that those lagoons have to be approved and inspected by state Department of Environment and Energy. The engineer can address that more.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Tom at this point? Okay, thank you. Do we have testimony from the applicant? There we are.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mike Eckert with Civil Design Group, 8535 Executive Woods Drive, Suite 200 here in Lincoln. So I appreciate Tom's introduction of that. It's I'll put that same exhibit back up that references what we're doing here. So essentially, the two different 160-acre tracts south of the bridges, right over here on this side, which we're not involved with, but this area over here, we have agreements with that owner to transfer the density up into this piece. We could put the density on, we could build it out on his property, but he wants to continue to farm it. So this is exactly what I think we kind of desire with an area that's out in the future growth area. This was the first phase, yes, that our firm did back in 2006, and it's fully built out. And so Mike Rizak, the developer, decided it was time to look at expanding it, getting some more density, making use of some of the roads that existed. And so this process started really about 1.5 years ago, and Mike's done extensive work with the existing homeowners out there and some of their concerns about the size of the lots and other things. So we feel like we've got all that resolved. And so this is the layout, and as I mentioned, it's really what we want in the build-through area, in that all of this area and then this area can develop. Once city sewer comes up here, we can connect to it. All of these existing lots will, drain into right here by this roundabout, and so the city's got to make one hookup, and they pick up all the sewer from all these lots. Commissioner, the treatment plant's right over here, and it's a treatment plant, not a lagoon per se.
Got it.
So it's a plant, NDEE regulates that. So we're working with them. We've been monitoring the flows to see what the actual existing 60 homes are doing, and then as we bring on the new lots, we'll have to continue to document to them. And then the plant was built to expand, And we utilize a polishing pond there to the south of it because the Cardwell Creek has a lot of discharge in it prior to when we did our project, even back in '06. Its ammonia levels were too high, so we have a polishing pond there that it just serves as an evaporation pond after the water's treated. So yeah, pretty straightforward. I appreciate Tom's amendment that he put through. We'd like you to support that. It just got into that these streets are going to be designed to city standards, essentially not the county standards, but they'll be paved. And as Tom mentioned, because these roads will, the city would access them through private roads, they are not even committed to doing the obligation to maintain them at this point. So I would suspect they'll never maintain them, and there'll be a date in the not too distant future that this gets annexed. Could be more than 10 years easily, but so anyway, we're setting it up for that future urban connection, and the change of zone again is for that area to take it from AG to AGR. These were two big areas in the old 1977 comp plan that were shown to be AGR, and so we're consistent with the comp plan, and we're happy with all the conditions staff has put on us.
Questions for Mike?
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
Testimony in support of this application? Is there any neutral, oh, sorry, go ahead, come on up.
I am Mike Rezak. I live at 3111 West Covered Bridge Drive, so I'm the developer, or the last of the developers that are left with the bridges, so I'm here to answer any questions. Dick well knows what its developers have gone through since 2006, but we've gone through a lot of work with the neighborhood, making sure we develop this in the way that they would like to see it finished out, so.
I guess I'll make a comment. I appreciate that you've been talking to the neighbors. I know I grew up in this area, actually, so that's just wonderful that you've been in communication with them.
Oh, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much. Any additional testimony in support? Any neutral testimony? Testimony in opposition? Okay. Does anyone have questions for staff?
I don't.
All right. Any applicant rebuttal? Okay.
I would move that we close the public hearing. Campbell?
Second, Joy.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Edgerton,
Yes.
Fight,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost. Public hearing closed.
I would also move we approve change of zone 23066.
Second, Joy.
We can have discussion on both items.
Yeah, I am very familiar with this project. It's been very well developed. It's been very well thought out. Mike Rezak has taken over the responsibility for what had originally been 3 developers out there on the project. And I think this is a great addition to a nice neighborhood development.
I also appreciate the concept of the community sewer and having that as an ability to connect to city as we get the city services out to this area. And it really falls in line with what we look at from a comprehensive plan.
I agree. It makes sense to extend the waivers that were already in place, and it certainly makes sense to consider R3 zoning with regard to this particular part of the CUP, and I will support it as well.
All right, thanks, Shelley.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Edgerton,
Yes.
Fight,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Approved 8-0.
And I would move that we approve special permit 06068B.
Second, Joy.
Go ahead, Shelley.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Oh,
hold on.
as amended.
okay,
I think
As
you need to do
amended.
that
As
as amended.
amended.
As
by
amended.
the-
Oh, as amended.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
As amended by the memo. Okay. And I'll extend the second to that. Joy?
All right, Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Edgerton,
Yes.
Fight,
Yes.
Joy,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Approved as amended 8-0.
Steve Henderson with the Planning Department. We had previously requested that you move special, street and alley vacation 23005 one item forward. We're withdrawing that request. Several people who wanted to speak on that item knew that there's a big item before time and planned to not be here for several hours. Since we have people who are planning to come later, we'd like to leave the agenda just as it is published.
So just so everybody understands, we had moved it. We're now going to leave it where it was, so we will proceed with the agenda as it was previously printed. And I appreciate that we're making efforts to accommodate all the people who wish to be heard on that item. So, thank you.
Okay, so we'll now move forward to item 4.2, County Special Permit 23035 for soil excavation on property generally located in North 27th Street and Agnew Road. This is final action. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this application?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of this site to be disclosed?
No.
Hello, again, Tom Chaka, planning staff. This request is for a special permit for excavation per Article 13.019 of Lancaster County zoning regulations. The site is located at North 27th and Agnew Road and is approximately 112 acres. The applicant's letter states that the site will be used to excavate clay and that the clay will be used in the manufacturing of cement. Their letter also states that approximately 200,000 tons of material is anticipated to be extracted over the next 2 years, with an increase to 400,000 tons in 2026. The applicant's letter also states that they anticipate using the site over the next 30 to possibly 40 years. However, a special permit for excavation per zoning code is only good for 3 years. If approved, after 3 years, they would have to come back and apply again for a new special permit, go through the public hearing process again. A water report was submitted by the applicant. A groundwater report is required if you plan on excavating within 1,000 feet of any off-site well. The report included 3 wells, 2 domestic and 1 for a heat pump. There is another well that's located here, was not in their report, I think mainly due to that well not being registered, and they use data that they get from the state on registered wells. I also have representatives from the Health Department and the Lower Platte South NRD here that can answer questions related to any possible contamination or reducing the amount of groundwater on other wells. Also, although they show the whole site as their excavation, per zoning code, you're only allowed to excavate 20 acres at a time. Their site plan did not show where that 20 acres is. Maybe the applicant can answer that today. There is a bond required to guarantee reclamation of the site based on $525 per acre. So I think that would be based on 20 acres since that's the max they can do at one time. County Engineering Department is required a road maintenance agreement, which is typical for all our soil excavation permits. And they also need to make sure they keep any dust down on the site, and they need to provide what their haul routes will be to county engineer. Lower Platte South NRD has also reviewed this permit. They do have some concerns about what the depth of the excavation will be, because the NRD does note that the elevation of the clay stone and sandstone in this area is variable across the site, and they want to make sure that there's sufficient cover above the aquifer in this area. So with that, might open, if you have any questions for NRD or health or county engineering, now would probably be a good time to address those.
Well, I think where you just left off would be a great place to start in terms of the NRD, and that if they have some concerns about that depth across the site, and so how do you remedy that, or what, if they have those concerns, how is that being reflected in what's happening on the site?
Are you from NRD here? You're supposed to be.
Good afternoon, Mark Lindeman, Lower Platte South, NRD, 3125 Portia Street. So yeah, I guess as Tom noted, we do have some concerns. We just need more information, I guess you'd say. In our initial review, we made some comments that we needed more detailed information from the plans related to where those excavation depths are going to be. Our groundwater staff took a look using some of the existing wells, some borings that are present, and Olson also provided some information for us as well. And based on that, we just need more information before we can provide a recommendation.
So at this point, your NRD's position is that you don't have enough information to
Make an informed decision.
make an informed decision.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
People have additional questions?
Yeah. Do you know the depth of the aquifer?
That's one thing, it varies across the site quite a bit. I don't know it off the top of my head, but it ranges anywhere from 1180 to 1220, for example. So
And if I remember right, the top of this, both at the north end and at the south end, are at 1225.
yeah, I think they're shown on the plan, 1225. Yeah, like I said, the geology is pretty complex. The clay covers varies in thickness as well, so
Sure.
we needed some reassurances on how they're going to handle that in their excavation.
Okay.
There's a lot of wetlands, and then also a note that to help with dust, they're going to try to use chemicals or things like that. Is that information been something we've learned more about, and maybe how that might affect the drainage and the effect of the water in that area?
We don't have any details on that yet either. They're setting a basin plan. We need more information on that. I think this is all preliminary as far as at this stage in the permit, but that's something we'll need to review as well.
How often is the NRD engaged in discussions about excavation sites? I mean, how often
This doesn't happen very often,
Right.
this on this scale. So anytime a development review or a permit comes through, it gets sent through to the NRD as well, and we'll get our groundwater staff involved.
Okay.
Additional questions for NRD? Yeah, Rich.
The well that is not registered with the state and therefore was not studied, I'm not sure who I'm addressing this to.
I think probably health department.
As a realtor, I'm aware that the health department requires upon changing, selling a property or buying, that the seller in Lancaster County is required to have the well inspected as well as the septic or lagoon. I'm not sure how that slipped through the cracks, and if they have subsequently registered that so that it can be considered in this application.
Chris from Health answer that.
Hi, Chris Schroeder, Health Department, 3131 O Street. So what Rich is referring to is the property transfer program. And that, as you talked about, before property is transferred or sold, the owner has to get the private well inspected and also any on-site wastewater treatment system. That's sort of separate from the registered wells, and that's through the state, the Department of Natural Resources. And so wells drilled before a prior date didn't have to get registered, so the older wells are not registered. And a gentleman I spoke with a few days ago is actually in the process of getting his well registered. And we would encourage that. I mean, it's better for the land, for the well owner, and also in processes like this, when people are looking for registered wells, in review of applications like this, they'll turn up in their research. So,
Thank you.
yep.
Could he tell you what the depth of that well is?
I think he mentioned he was going to look for his paperwork from the actual when the well was drilled, and actually see if he has copies of actual well logs. Would be helpful too.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we have NRD and Health Department and Water Quality, so let's keep asking questions for these things that we have.
Right, with regard to the health department and Tom's comments that the health department doesn't have any concerns, is there any clarity or any clarification you want to add to that?
I wouldn't say we don't have concerns. I guess we just found out yesterday the depth of the excavation, and that does cause concern. And so we also need more information, more time to review the conclusions of the water report. Now, I know the professional geologist said there wouldn't be an impact to the aquifer, but we also want to be able to verify that information.
Right. I mean, the depth of the site, Tom, if is very different than most excavation sites that come before this body. Is that correct?
Right. Typically, most of the excavation permits we've seen in the past is usually there's a hill and they're cutting the hill down
Right.
and taking it off. Yeah, even I still have a question about exactly what the depth of this is, and hopefully they can answer that today, the applicant. I've been trying to get a sense of how it will relate to the elevation of the street level, and hopefully the applicant can confirm this, but if I remember right, they were saying closer to Agnew Road at final grade, it would be about even with the contour of the elevation of Agnew Road, but as it goes south, it'll get deeper and deeper. One answer I got was that the depth could be up to 100 feet in some areas.
Okay.
I think they said minimum of 89.
Yeah, 90 to 100.
So the two of the other bodies that you look to help you evaluate this have concerns that haven't yet been answered.
Correct.
This seems premature to bring to us. I have to say, I'm not exactly sure why we are wasting the time.
A lot of these questions came up during the review process, and when an applicant submits an application, there's certain dates and deadlines we have to meet, and unless they withdraw it or want to put it on hold, we still have to move forward with it. I'm hoping that some of these questions can be answered today by the applicant, but no, I totally understand that there are still some unanswered questions here.
And I guess I want to get a little bit better sense. So many of the soil excavation permits that come in front of us are a little bit more standard, or there's less concerns and the depth. But but the amount of clay that's being proposed to be removed seems like it's significantly more. Certainly, we're only talking about 3 years right now, but if we're talking about a length of time that could be up to 40 years, I'm trying to get a sense for how all of that works in terms of what we've evaluated, this body has evaluated in the past.
Yeah, I've never worked on one where they anticipated doing it that long. I have worked on several where we've came back and got renewals.
Sure.
I know one was renewed 3 times, but they're usually smaller. They're not usually going, large depths.
Got it.
Typically, they have been used in road construction projects.
Additional questions for staff at this time?
From a traffic standpoint, as the concerns that we've heard from the public on those types of aspects, do we require a traffic report or anything like that based on number of trucks?
We don't require a traffic report. We do require a maintenance agreement with county engineer.
Okay.
And what might that include? Just how they're gonna.
I have county engineer here too.
Hey.
And,
All right.
probably better to answer that. I got everybody.
Smart. Good job, Tom.
All staff memo.
Afternoon, Larry Legg, Lancaster County Engineering, 444 Cherry Creek Road. Traffic isn't Tom's thing. That's kind of my thing, and he's correct. We do also are asking for a traffic impact study.
Okay.
Now, you are correct. This is way different than anything that we've really reviewed in recent memory, at the very least. Just to put it a little bit into perspective, they're talking about 200,000 ton per year for the first 2 years, and then doubling that to $400,000. 400,000 ton. I'm always used to talking in dollars. 400,000 ton the remaining years of the operation, which is projected to be 30 to 40. Now, to put that in perspective, when they built the Lincoln South Beltway, they moved approximately 800,000 ton of material from 82nd Street to the beautiful interchange on 77. Yeah, I think it's a work of art. So
It is.
they did that in.
I agree with you. It's
They did
beautiful.
that in 2 years, and the majority of that material was hauled down Saltillo Road. And I can tell you that the impact to Saltillo Road was significant. We spent several $100,000 simply maintaining, trying to keep it open and not hazardous. So Saltillo Road has about the same structure as Agnew Road does. We do have provisions in there for a traffic impact study, and we do have provisions in their conditions for a road maintenance agreement. But in the past, road maintenance agreements have consisted of, you're going to water the dust down, you need to provide us with your haul routes, and need to make sure you don't track material out onto the pavement. And while all of those are apply here, the other thing that doesn't apply is there may need to be significant improvements or significant maintenance to Agnew Road. I'm not sure if that can be covered by a maintenance agreement per se, but it definitely has to be accounted for. Now, I threw around the amount of material being hauled. Let's look at what that means. The current average daily traffic on that road is about 800 vehicles a day. Our most recent traffic counts puts that at 2% heavy trucks, so that's 16 trucks a day. Now, I will note that most of those trucks probably aren't fully loaded. Assuming they're using side dumps, and they said dump trucks, but side dumps haul more, at the minimum, we would see for a year, we would see approximately 16,000 trips of a truck just due to this site. Half of those, or 8,000 of them, would be loaded. Now, it's likely to be more because they're using dump trucks to haul as opposed to a side dump. That would be taken into account. And these are quick and dirty numbers. Contrast that to what our existing 2% is about 5,000 trucks a year. Okay, so it's easily tripling that in the first 2 years. I mean, to use rough numbers, and likely to be more than that. Pavement design isn't linear, but for example, if we were to design a new road out there just to handle what we have for traffic, we would need to have about 6 inches of asphalt. If we were to account for this loading, we would need 11 inches of asphalt for a 20-year life. And then there's the associated maintenance in between. The application overall, and I'm answering more than you asked, by the way, but I'm going to go ahead and do that.
Much appreciated.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah, the application really didn't include any traffic impacts, so I'm assuming a whole lot. I'm assuming they're going to operate 50 weeks out of the year. Are they? I don't know. That's something I would really want to know. If that time frame is shorter, then your traffic impacts are shorter in that duration while they're operating, as opposed to spread over the whole year. So that 16,000 vehicles, instead of being spread over 50 weeks, assuming they take 2 weeks off for Christmas and holidays, would be condensed down and be a higher traffic volume daily. Really didn't have adequate hydrology or what's going to happen to the water that comes onto the site and comes off to the site, irrespective of the sedimentation that Lower Platte, the erosion control and stuff that Lower Platte South NRD is concerned with. I'm concerned with how much water is running off and how it affects our drainage system. So I have to make sure that my pipe culverts can handle if they increase the runoff, or if they decrease it, then it's less of a concern. And then I guess I would have liked to have seen more information on the best management practices. They said, we'll use best management practices for erosion control. Yeah, okay. What are those? What are they going to be? Some of these BMPs, that's what best management practices. Some of these BMPs can become quite expensive. And some people don't want to spend the money to do that. It's easier to don't worry about it till we get caught. That's not where we want to be with these. I'm not saying these people would, don't get me wrong. And I guess we would want to see that stuff prior to the start, if not prior to the approval. So, any more questions after I got down off my soapbox?
You said roads with this amount of traffic are usually about 6 inches, and for the amount they're proposing to be 11 inches, how much thickness is the current road?
Okay, now, the current road was originally paved in 1979. Okay, so it's been out there a while. We did an overlay project on it. The original pavement was 7 inches. We did an overlay project in 1994, so we got 15 years out of that. And that was before my time here at the county. And then I think we put 2.5 inches on it then. And then we did another overlay in 2015, which we got 21 years out of it. And that still was before my time. I've only been here since 2018. So we have about 12.5 inches of pavement out there. And like Saltillo had 12 inches. Now, over time, asphalt deteriorates, wear and tear. But I will say the majority of damage that causes pavement to fail is heavy loads. I can run a whole lot of cars over a road that it doesn't damage it, but heavy loads and overloads do the damage to our pavements and the underlying structure.
So the maintenance agreement that's talked about in the staff report and elsewhere is more about while they're using it, not necessarily the damage to the asphalt. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is my question. Does a maintenance agreement cover the need for that extra work? Can it require that they pay for an overlay? Can it require? The one you have for an example is from a much smaller type operation. It actually has been generated due to dust control complaints that we had from the hauling operations and from some of the tracking onto the road from another pit.
Steve Henderson of the Planning Department, 555 South 10th Street. In discussing this with the county attorney, as Larry had mentioned, yes, this is unique, but certainly the maintenance agreement could include details on the maintenance. So it could include something, the discussion point you'd have, and this would be conditions, say it has to be done to the satisfaction of the county engineer, is, well, when it says the road deteriorates, how detailed do you get in describing what does that deterioration mean? Or can it just be simply the county engineer has determined is deteriorated, and you are now involved with the maintenance or reconstruction of the road. So to answer that question, yes, it could be included in the agreement. I would also note, just in kind of a general sense here, your quandary, as Commissioner pointed out. So the county special permit lists a number of information items that must be included with the application so it can be reviewed, and those items were submitted. Our staff report now then includes conditions of here's the additional information that has to be done prior to you starting to operate the site. And that is in conformance with allowing the conditions to go with the special permit. But that's always been the challenge here, is how much information do you require up front for something that may never be approved? Because then there's a significant additional cost. And so that's the balance here. Certainly several departments which had not previously said, oh, we can't make a recommendation without further information, have now today said they'd like to receive additional information. So certainly one action the City County Planning Commission could take is to, after having the testimony of all the public, so we don't want to have them have to come back, is you could ask for that additional information before you take action. And that is certainly something you could take with the applicant as well. But it'd certainly be appropriate to defer it for 2 to 4 weeks if you find you'd like to have that additional information. And that would be something the applicant then has to decide as to, do they want to go forward and spend the time and the effort to prepare that additional information in order to receive approval. So just throw that in as a kind of procedural explanation as well.
A question about procedure. If we choose to defer, can we make that decision before public comment and then allow public comment? Because what I found on previous ones is we deferred after public comment and then we don't allow those people to testify again. And they didn't realize we were going to defer. So my question is, can we defer before public comment and then allow public comment?
Yes, you could. I wouldn't recommend it, though, because what I think you want to find out is what is the additional information you hear from the public that you might want to add onto that. And that might also then inform, well, we think it's going to take more than just 2 weeks or 4 weeks to gather some of the additional information that you received today. So certainly that can be done. And just procedurally for our members of the public who are here today, they're only allowed to testify once on the item. If new information is presented, let's say you delay it for 4 weeks and new information is presented, people are still able to write in comments to say, oh, based on this information, I have this additional comments that I would like to make in writing as well. But this isn't, according to our rules, one where people get to repeatedly testify on an item.
I'm going to pile on a little bit then. From a procedural standpoint, because I understand what you're saying, and we've gotten kind of into that before, could we request a, like a community meeting happen for information gathering, or would it be smarter to just do it here?
No, that's not an item that I'd recommend you include as a condition, that's a requirement. We certainly encourage that with all of the applications that they hold a community meeting, and they may decide to do one after the public hearing today on their own. But it is typically one where if you feel like there's not adequate information, that's certainly grounds to defer items, but that's not one where you just rather they talk to the public. It's certainly wise to do that, but that's not a typical Planning Commission condition.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that.
All right. Thank you.
Back to your testimony,
Yes.
Since you're very familiar with this area of the county, can you remind me exactly how far this site is from Raymond Central? And I can figure, someone else can, I'm sure, tell me who's here.
I would say, I think it was 3 miles. I just looked at it yesterday, but other stuff has come in and filled that part of my brain up, so I think it's 3 miles.
Thank you.
One of the things from the picture, from looking at the maps, can you talk a little bit about, you've talked about the volume of traffic, but in terms of kind of traffic management, that intersection as it exists now, is it just a two-way stop just for?
You're talking about with North 27th and
Agnew.
It's just Agnew Road being the paved road is the through movement, so 27 stops. Now, I will say that the way they propose the operation, the driveway will be to the east side of that intersection. It probably should not affect that intersection. with the operation, because my understanding, or I'm assuming, they would simply get on Agnew Road and go to 77 as being the best route to where they need to go.
Sure.
From a road standpoint in front of this property, the drainage way appears to be on the north side of Agnew, based on the floodway.
Yeah, there's a
and floodplain.
significant stream on the north side, yes.
Do we have culverts or anything that wasn't identifiable when we drove over it that we need to be concerned about?
That was part of the concern, and without seeing the site plan final grading and how they're going to deal with that, I'm not terribly concerned with it. Yes, there is culvert. There is a culvert in this area, at least one, that will drain into that stream. That would be my concern. I would want to ensure that the runoff stays at the same level that it is now. With the way they explained, they are talking about grading it. It's probably less of a concern. However, I would like to see that, and frankly, have the commitment that the outflow would be maintained at the existing flow or lower.
Thank you.
All right, additional questions for staff? Okay, thank you.
I do have
Sorry, one more.
This is for Tom. Do we ever, with this type of a situation, require a turn lane?
We
built?
haven't with
Oh, wait,
any,
maybe
we haven't with any
So sorry,
previous
so
ones.
sorry.
That'd be county engineer's call.
Until we actually get the traffic impact study, that is why that would be included in there, to find out what it is. And traffic engineering is a particular discipline. I think it, depending on how they operate, and that there again are they doing a full year, or are they going to mine it for 6 months? It's the traffic volume that's going to be turning in and out of that would tell you whether you would need turn lanes or not.
Thank you.
All right, thank
Okay.
you. All right, we will now have testimony from the applicant.
Hear me okay?
Yep.
Great. Eric Byerman, Olson Engineering, 7340 Fuji Place, Lincoln, Nebraska. I am here on behalf of Ash Grove. I was the individual who submitted the documents for approval of the special permit for the proposed mining site. We're also here today just to have Ash Grove come up as well to give their testimony to explain in further detail the intent of this proposed mining site. I understand the concerns. I get it. It's a big mining site, but it's also very hard to explain all the details in an application. So hopefully today we can kind of describe really what this is about. From the engineering side of things, I'll hit on that a little bit, but Ash Grove will hit on the technical aspect of it for the groundwater, the material. That's their expertise. As far as the overall site, as far as the drainage, as the county highway department hit on, one of the components that we have to look at is we can't increase any runoff from the site that's already going into the culverts. So what happens on this type of site is we would implement or construct a pond, and it's also going to be used as a sediment basin to collect all the sediment that's in there from the site being excavated. We can only release so much of sediment out of there due to permitting with the DEE. So we'll have all kinds of permits that go along with that, and we can't increase any runoff. So we anticipate maintaining that culvert as it's sized today. We just can't increase anymore. So that'd be one thing we got to be aware of. The other thing, there's wetlands on site. I'll hit on that. We have our environmental group. They're going through the permits with the Corps of Engineers on that. We've already started that application process. So that's going through their report right now. So we've got that covered. Dust control, Ash Grove will hit on that a little bit. It's common for Ash Grove to control their dust on site with watering trucks. We're not anticipating any chemicals on site. We have to go through air permits, dust permitting, environmental permitting, wetland permitting, discharge permitting. So those are things we have to abide by. So it's not like we're coming in and just going around those permits. In addition to that, the other thing I want to hit on is the equipment on site. There's only going to be one excavator, a bulldozer on site, and potentially a scale and crusher. That's all the equipment that's going to be on there. The excavator's there to dig the dirt out of the ground, dump it in a dump truck. We're not anticipating any side dumps on the site. It's just going to be your typical dump truck, and every once in a while a truck and pup where it has that second axle. So those are the type of vehicles that are going to be on there. Ash Grove they've been doing this for a long time. I'll let them hit on it as well, but they're very environmentally conscious. They know they're not out there to ruin anybody's land out there. They're conscious of these things, and so just want to point that out to you as well. With that being said, I'm open to any questions. If not, then I'll let Ash Grove speak from a technical standpoint of the operation.
Questions?
Not at this time.
I think not at this time. We'll hear from Ash Grove, and then if you want to stay here just in case.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is John Dale. I'm with Ash Grove. Address is 20740 Timberlane Drive. I'll just kind of go into a little bit of the why of why we're doing this. We're proposing to do this. This proposed quarry would provide one of 4 essential ingredients for making Portland cement. We have a plant in Louisville, Nebraska that's been in continuous operation since 1929. It's the only cement plant in Nebraska, and it makes a little over half of the cement needed in the state of Nebraska for concrete jobs all over. So it's kind of a central location where it's distributed everywhere. That's kind of why the numbers are so high. You know, it literally goes into concrete statewide. So this Dakota Formation clay is, like I said, one of 4 essential ingredients. Our parent company, CRH, their board of directors recently approved a $52 million project. They'll be investing in Louisville plant. There's a very innovative project they're doing there with one of the kilns. It'll be converted to calcined clay. Through doing that, they can reduce CO2 emissions in their product by 30 to 40% while still producing the same amount of cement. This clay is crucial to that process, and that's why it's so important to us, I guess. So that's, you know, I've heard a lot of good questions come up today, and I just want to say up front, we're happy to take whatever time it takes to settle those questions. Certainly happy to do a public meeting. You know, we want to go as far as we can to make this as good for everybody as we possibly can. I'd like to offer James Fowler. He's got a lot more technical details. He's our quarry manager, and he can provide a lot more of the tactical information about exactly how the work will happen there. Any questions for me?
At this time.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is James Fowler. I'm the quarry manager for Ash Grove at 16215 Highway 50, Louisville, Nebraska, 68037. So both gentlemen spoke about the proposed site. We're looking forward to go to formation clay. It is just below the upper and lower lusts that are typical across southeastern Nebraska. There was mention, and I want to touch on that first, of the difficulty and complexity of the formation. It's typically the sands that we find in our borrow pits and clays. So the clay we are after has to have a specific alumina content to be suitable for cement as one of the components. We have identified this at the Agnew site and at varying depths with different seams, including sand and other things. The total proposed depth, or I should say the proposed depth of the formation, is on average at 105 feet. That is not to say that we are going to excavate the entirety of the formation. That is when it actually dips into that sand that is the aquifer with neighboring wells, screened at 100 feet and below. So for mining, you have to have equipment operate. We have no intention of getting into the aquifer or close enough to get groundwater into our mine. Then you have to pump the water out, and you have to deal with the water, and getting into sand, you are driving in sand dunes. So it's not a suitable environment to operate in. Typically dredges and different things, there's different functional equipment for that. We would leave at least a buffer zone of a couple feet of clay, and I say a couple feet because based on the formation, there are sand lenses that dip to clay. We aren't interested in mining the sand on the property, it would just be overburden for us. So we would be targeting the clay and leave a buffer to ensure we do not have water issues of our own or remove any water. To touch on the operation, we do have the proposed entrance. The entrance, as we suggested, there's permitting involved. It will be paved to the return radius at minimum, and we will have wheel washes, rumble bars, all of the other things required to mitigate any tracking of material onto Agnew. Proposed operation hours would be Monday through Friday, daylight hours for hauling. We don't have the resources on site to accept material on the weekends, so we don't anticipate doing anything beyond that. We're looking at having I would say, medium-sized to smaller excavator to excavate the material. It will be loaded into a dump truck. The dump truck will then stage the material in layers for blending purposes in a stockpile near the entrance. The haulage trucks will enter the site, be loaded from the material that has passed through a portable crusher, also with dust controls and permitting. It will then head to our site, roughly 40 miles each way. I'm estimating about 45 for unloading and loading. So morning hours should be fairly low impact with heading east as far as students traveling to the school from the east, heading westbound. With that being said, the Dakota Formation is complex. The depth is varying across the site. I believe the shallowest would be in the northern end. We would begin excavation in the northern end, and we intercept sand to where it's no longer useful to continue at depth at roughly 60 feet. So the north end of the property has very shallow clay reserves, and then as you travel further south, it would separate. The proposed mine plan for the 20 acres would also be in the north, basically the wooded area of the property. The clay is roughly 18 inches below surface there. We would extract the overburden. We would build a 12-foot berm around the site for safety and visual screening. The site will also be fenced, gated with proper signage as well. So the dust control with the water truck, that's fairly simple. We have to keep the dust down while we're mining, and then we would have to maintain the entryway as well. But it's in terms of mining, a fairly small operation by mining standards. I know it's a lot more than a typical borrow pit, but as far as scale, it's not a 3 million ton a year mine.
Gloria?
You guys run year round?
Yes, yes, ma'am. It'll be year round. We will avoid, so the numbers of the 400,000, it's slightly inflated from our actual consumption. That's the targeted tonnage. If there's bad weather, as we do now, we stop haulage. If you've ever driven in clay or wet mud, you just call off for the day. We have, at this point, a stockpile of 3 months worth of clay on site. So that's where we can go through the poor weather conditions without having to continue operations in the mine or deliveries. We are currently accepting purchasing clay from Lancaster County at the 200,000 ton volumes. Those are from Yankee Hill Brick in the Southwest, which they run a different operation than we intend to. I believe they sold their overburden initially, but the mining plan itself will, with the 20 acres exposed, actually reduce the initial area I have mapped as 14 acres for a 3-year period. And based on a 3-year period, the first year is removing overburden as far as blocks or the volumes necessary. You remove the overburden. The second year in that is extracting the reserves, and the third year is backfilling. So for efficiency in mining, you will clear out the reserves so you have them to mine them out, and then a short cycle with the dump truck, the overburden goes back in the hole at the terminated depth. It's a continuous process. It won't be 100 acres wide open that we're trying to manage water in and everything else. And then once the soil's back in place, to grade, it is stabilized, because that's more runoff that we have to manage, and it's just more work and less effective.
Dick?
If I understand, the water flows from north to south
In the final reclamation plan, yes, sir.
in the final plan?
Yes.
It's not now?
From the way the culvert's designed now, it looks like the water traverses that wetlands area through the center of the property and discharges in the culvert to the north.
To the south?
I believe it's
To the north.
Agnew Road is where it actually goes under.
Okay.
And our settlement pond would be based in that proximity.
And as you excavate, what happens to the water that falls naturally in that
The
area?
storm water would accumulate in our pit or hole mining. That would be pumped to the settlement pond. The settlement pond has a discharge structure, so it's retained in that pond and then discharged at certain levels.
Okay. Secondly, the Dakota clay that you say is necessary for the operations, how widespread is it in the state of Nebraska?
It varies. So southeastern Nebraska has a geographic change, fault lines, everything else. A great example would be we've identified some southeast of Louisville, but it's spotty. If you go across 50, we drilled a proposed site, and they were in Pennsylvania era clay, which was not suitable. And it was 2 miles away and very thick in the seam, but also had interbedded limestone. It was unusable. There's a fault line just west on 50 there. Our plant itself is in a sand channel. It's also Dakota Formation, but the secondary deposit was sand. So there's maybe a couple pockets that they mined 30 years ago, but not enough to sustain the plant. And that's why we're looking elsewhere.
And how did you pick this site?
So Ceresco actually, in the cutouts for the ditches, while we were looking around, we identified it. It's a bright red. You can't mistake it, Dakota clay, from maintaining the ditches.
From what?
Maintaining ditches on the edge of 77. There's a huge mine. I don't know who. I believe it's a brick manufacturer in Ceresco, just off the highway. They're tearing it up. But we contacted landowners in that area, cold calls and everything else, and we just didn't have a lot of buy-in. The biggest issue I've found in acquiring reserves for clay is finding land availability as well as the resource there. So we have, through drilling campaigns, identified some other potential sites. One southwest near Yankee Hill Brick that the seller backed out of the deal on. Just down the road, I'd say a quarter mile, there was zero clay there that was suitable. We drilled a second property in the area, hoping that it would be similar, but it wasn't. It's very hit and miss. It's a secondary deposit. It's basically a little ledge mid-ocean 100 million years ago, and the mud just settled in that little ledge. What happens is the sand comes in and washes in and backfills that. So that's why we have sand and clay. And it's whatever the estuaries fed it to give us the chemistry.
Rich?
One of the reports by one of the people who wrote in opposition was rather detailed in the deterioration of topsoil immediately upon excavation, and then over time, and also over compression. Have you addressed that? Can you speak to that?
As far as compression and everything else, industrial farming does do quite a bit of that with no-till. For our excavation, we'll be removing all of the topsoil down through the other overburdened soils. We'll be placing those. It'll be an active mine area. We'll initially place them for infrastructure in the berming. Then it will go to a stabilized pile for the very immediate first couple years. After that, it will all be placed behind as the quarry operation moves forward. So it'll be backfilling the hole. And then once the soil's backfilled, it will be graded and then seeded for stabilization to help with erosion.
I think in the application it said seeded and sodded. It's going to be seeded?
Seeded and sodded. The best industry standards. The berm itself will also be.
Dick?
In looking at the elevation maps that were there, you're talking about lowering some areas of the site by 100 feet. What's that land going to look like relating to all the ground around it if there's 100 foot removed and you aren't going to replace it with 100 foot?
So the final reclamation, there will be a 1 to 2% gradient fall from road elevation. It'll be at or below road elevation, falling south to the end of the mine. So we extract the ore, backfill it with the overburden, continue to the south. Once we reach the south, the proposed final reclamation is a 14-acre lake. So we will run out of dirt to fill the hole because we pulled dirt out. So there will be a tapered lake, basically what you can find around southeast Nebraska from old clay mines where there's a fishing pond on a farm is really what it's going to turn out to be.
Okay, so you're saying that the once it's reclamated, that there would be a 2-foot slope drop to the new elevation.
1 to 2% across it.
1 to 2% across.
Yes.
Okay.
So there'll be fall back to it, so it won't impact the stream across the dam. It'll just supply water to the lake, which would then supply water to the aquifer below it.
And how will that relate to the ground on east or west sides?
There should be at least a 300-foot offset from east and west before it goes to graded into that lake. Just the natural, going at that depth, we'll have to have substantial takeoffs, 3-to-1 takeoffs across the open pit itself as well. And there will be a berm included in that as well, as far as that needs to be removed for backfill, but it'll be substantially set back from the property line.
Thank you.
All right, I think that's it for now.
Thank you.
Anyone else is part of the applicant? Are you guys good for now? We can proceed with testimony, or do you have anything else you wanted to add?
Thing just to show everybody, I always think this is helpful.
It just takes a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just, this wasn't in the initial application, but I thought I'd bring it together just to give everybody an idea of the proximity to the school. You can see the school, Raymond Central up here to the left. So it's 3.5 miles away, and the site here is in red. You can see the site is 1.5 miles from Highway 77. So yeah, I get it. There's going to be some truck traffic on there, but like Ash Grove mentioned, they're willing to do whatever to, eliminate any congestion during school time, students coming in, students leaving. The nice thing is in the morning, they're 1.5 miles from Highway 77, so as they're going east, really not impacting a whole lot of traffic coming to the school. Yeah, when the school is out, students, staff are going back to the east. Could be a situation there where they're willing to work with the school on that situation just to ease some of the traffic concerns. So just wanted to point that out to give you kind of a scale of things of where this is at in relation to the school and Highway 77. Once they hit Highway 77, then they'll continue south to the interstate and then to Louisville. And then as far as just from a highway sight distance, this is a view looking east on Agnew Road on the north side of the proposed site. As you can see, the sight distance is really good there. Typically, you don't want a situation where you got like a hill or a valley and you can't see vehicles coming. It makes it a very dangerous situation. So you can see here the east side, it's a great line of sight. You may have to remove some trees, but otherwise there's not a lot of concern there from a sight distance to the east. And then as well to the west, you can see here, great sight distance again. Again, Ash Grove is the one to work with the county with their maintenance agreement on really anything for that matter to make things safer. So just wanted to point that out to you. So if there was any concern. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, we will now hear testimony in support of the application. Is there anyone here who wishes to testify in a neutral position? All right, we'll move forward with testimony in opposition, and as we said at the beginning of the meeting, people signed in. Shelley will call 3 names at a time. The first person will testify, the other 2 will be prepared to go so that we can continue to keep the flow going. So Shelley, will you call the first name?
Sure, I have Mike Eden, and if Sally Olson Nelson and Susan Olson want to come forward as well. Thank you.
Here are, I have some copies. Do you want me to come up?
No, you're fine.
And then just as a reminder, each person has 5 minutes. State your name and your address. And just as this gentleman did, if you have any materials, please present them at the front and we'll distribute them.
Was there enough for everyone?
Yes, yeah. And we can share.
Okay. My name is Michael Eden. I live at 1555 Davie Road, so 14th and Davie Road. Been there for 30 years. The group that we have here, we're all neighbors, we're all ag, we all want to enjoy some quiet and peace. We all take good care of our properties, we all pay taxes. My son's family also lives on the road, so I have 3 grandchildren, and one of the things that really frustrated me is when the engineer gets up and says, well, the trucks are all going the same way. Well, how do they magically just get to the quarry? You know, they have to go both ways on the road. They can't just go one way. And that's an engineer speaking. It's just so frustrating. The limited time for the opposition to plan and organize it's just totally unreasonable. You think about this. There were well rigs out on the property. Most people assumed that they were drilling wells for acreages, which is pretty normal for the area. It's either ag residence or agriculture. So the first public notice that I'm aware of, and only by people that lived closer than I do, that if you lived within a mile on October 6th, now this is 12 days ago, they got a notice. And then there was a road sign put in the ditch. Then on October 12th, according to, I think, the planning, it said we could come and look at the plans, the approved plans by the planning and zoning on the 12th. So that's 6 days ago. So 12 days were available to opposition. You know, a major question I would have is, you know, I know Ash Grove would be doing due diligence. That's why the well trucks were out there. So how long have they been out there? They've been out there, I don't know, 3 months? 4 months? How long have they been out there? They knew what was going on, but there's no awareness by any of the neighbors as to what's going on. Of something that's totally atypical for the area. I mean, this is not a borrow pit, 100-foot hole. A borrow pit is something they dig, like they said, dig the hill out, dig down 20 feet or 30 feet. I've seen those around. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a cavern. I mean, this is beyond comprehension. And even in the engineer's report, there were words about industrial. I'll make notes in here, but this is an industrial commercial site. This is not a residential or ag residential site. And I'm sorry, I got a little bit worked up about that part about the trucks just magically appearing. They're only going one way. They're just going out and the traffic's going. Well, they had to drive to get to school. So it upset me, but I do approach you, each of you, in a mode of humility, because I understand how great the power that you have. It's, you know, the other night I was sitting there I'm thinking like, you know, there's people in this room, Martha and Suki's like 65 years at this site. Those trucks, every one of those trucks is going to drive by their place. We've been there 30 years. There's people been there 50 years. You think it's our way of life. We've all paid taxes. We all take care of our property. We're all good neighbors. We love Lancaster County. Lancaster County is a good place. Lincoln's a good place, but this is not conducive to what, you know, we signed up for. And I mean, Don Hughes, the neighbor, 37 years, he's living 65 feet from where the property starts. He's on the east property line. He got dislocated by the landfill. Now he's going to be dislocated again. Like he said, how can I live next to a mine? I had this for my family and for my children and for my grandchildren. And this is being taken away by this mega corporation. And I'm a pro-business person, but this is beyond that. The timing, and then the timing of the hearing, okay, so what do we have? What's our zoning? It's ag. So what are the farmers doing on October 18th? Where are they at? They can't be here. They're out harvesting. I mean, it looks like the whole thing is a big setup, 12 days.
One more minute.
You get up, you ask questions. Well, I don't know, we got to check this out. I don't know, we got to check that out. We had no way as a group to be able to employ professional engineers at any level, professional engineers. We had no time. You call them, they say, I am busy. I can do this in a month. I can do this in 3 weeks. I can do this in 6 weeks. But no, this thing looks like it's just I hate to use the word, but it looks like a railroad job. It looks like we're just forcing this through. Well, then when they can't answer the questions, it's like, well, maybe we could delay this. Then on the operation hours, now there's 3 different sets of operation hours I've heard. First it came out, Olson letter stated 7 to 5, Monday through Friday. Then on application 3.2.6, it states Monday through Saturday daylight hours. And now today, the Olson person said Monday through Friday daylight hours. You've kind of addressed the wells, because there is a well on the west that wasn't, I think, being counted for. And then there's a family right on the south side, and there's
I'm just letting you know that that's 5 minutes. Can you see the clock?
okay. I'll try to bring it
Wrap up.
to a close.
Thank you.
Then in the county planning justification, where it says compatibility with the comprehensive plan, you look on this, it's about the 3rd line down on this first page. It says, and I quote, "It helps support road and development projects that support the growth of the community." How could that be farther from the truth? It's going to destroy the roads. It's destroying our agricultural area. And they're saying it helps that. I'll try to get here too. You have everything, so at least you can see.
I know there's a lot of people who want to speak,
Right.
so.
And who is Ash Grove? Well, Ash Grove was bought by this CRH, which for $3.5 billion. They're owned by a parent company in Ireland that has 73,000 employees and $32 billion of revenue. As you can see, the adverse action is not a significant event with a company of this size. But what you are doing is you're having a severe impact. Okay.
Sorry.
You have the power to protect Lancaster County area students, residents, and infrastructure. Please deny this permit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sally Olson Nelson. I reside at 1714 Anglers Court in Safety Harbor, Florida. But I grew up 2333, say enough threes, North 40th Street in Ceresco, Nebraska. My sister and I represent our family living trust for Ralph and Sarah Olson. And I'm going to defer my time to Susan.
So I don't know if that gives me 10 minutes, because we'll combine ours or
No,
not.
we need 5 minutes.
But I don't need 10 minutes.
Okay.
I'm Susan Olson. I reside in Arlington, Virginia. 3063 South Buchanan Street, Arlington, Virginia. I'm the trustee of the Ralph A. Olson Living Trust and the Sarah E. Olson Living Trust. We own farmland. We own farmland within a few miles of this. Very upset about this. I was appreciative of the comments made about the wetlands. Our family made a decision a few years ago to sell 3 80-acre pieces to Pheasants Forever to turn into the saline wetlands, which I don't know if you've been out there, but it is a beautiful piece of property. It is a unique ecosystem. And the land that this is going on, the culverts go across the road, it goes into the creek. It's not a creek, no matter how long I've been back in DC, it's a creek, which feeds into eventually the wetlands that starts the Kreitland's land and then goes all the way to the 380s that we have sold. We sold them not for a profit, we sold them to protect that unique ecosystem. It is a saline wetlands. And this, if there is any kind of overflow, if there's any kind of damage, it is going to affect that. It will also affect the Jackson wildlife area. It's appalling. I am shocked because the staff report, I appreciate the fact, thank you so much for bringing up the Raymond Central High School. I don't understand, and I'm sorry, Tom, why that isn't in here. I went to school there. I am a rural kid. I had not a learner's permit, I have a school permit at the age of 14. As an 8th grader, maybe I was even a 7th grader, I drove on the Agnew Road. I wasn't the greatest driver in the world. I was young, and you're learning. But all the rural kids around that area, we all have school permits. So you're going to ask how many trucks of how many tons are going to be driving on that same road, the same 2-lane asphalt road. There's no shoulders. And then I appreciate the engineer, great, where they're coming out on the driveway, flat land. Well, it doesn't stay flat. As soon as you start going towards Highway 77, you have to go up a little hill, and then you go down the little hill, and then you're at the corner of North 40th Street, where the cemetery, the Catholic cemetery is. And then there's another hill. So here I am coming out of my, making a turn onto Agnew Road from 40th Street, and a truck comes barreling down from the Ash Grove Cement Company. Where do I go? Or I'm a farmer, and I'm waiting to turn with my combine or my tractor at that intersection. Where do I go? So that's a huge concern. The school has been totally ignored, and I would remind you, it wasn't that long ago, I referred to it the Costco-related chicken farm. Raymond Central was just ignored. I mean, we are a consolidated school. All the kids go, drive in, drive buses, teachers, staff, all the faculty, all the staff, and that's being ignored. The other thing, and I know that Mike, yes, I know Mike very well. This is home for us. This is a foreign company. I don't care if they have the Louisville plant. I don't care if they are based, this part of it, in Overland Park, Kansas. They corporate headquarters in Dublin, Ireland. And my question is, that hasn't been addressed, is I know the Nebraska Farm Bureau has done some studies. Nebraska is one of the few states that has not only a constitutional amendment prohibiting corporate ownership, corporate purchases of farmland, but also they have a state statute that also has restrictions on foreign corporations buying farmland. Now, the way this looks like to me is they're trying to get around this because it'll kind of be rezoned with a special permit, but my question is, does it meet those restrictions? And I would say that hasn't been addressed. And finally, again, the schools. I just can't say enough about that 2-lane road. It's not a highway, it's a road. I thank you, again, ask you please. I'm going to use a name here. The person who I talked to about this was Congressman Doug Beereiter. That's who I went back home, back to Washington, D.C. years ago to work for. And he told me, stress the schools because you can't replace a child. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Christy Eden.
Just
Okay.
John Ward with the Lancaster County Attorney's Office, 605 South 10th Street. Just to address this, if it does come up again, I know the previous speaker didn't take much over 5 minutes, but we can't have people giving their time to other people. The most recent open meetings resolution of the county board, which does apply to the planning commission, includes the language that each speaker is limited to 5 minutes, and we can't just have people donating their time to others. Thank you.
Thank you.
She went 10 seconds over.
I'm not saying that she was.
Hello, I'm Christy Eden. I live at 1555 Davie Road, Davie, Nebraska. I grew up in this area. I drove that road at 14 years old until 18, and then I drove it as a mother, taking my kids to school, and now I have grandchildren in that area. So I have turned at the intersection of Highway 77 and Agnew Road, and it is a very dangerous intersection, and that has not been brought up today. I don't know if any of you guys have ever drove at that intersection, but there have been other teenagers killed at that intersection, and every time I'm there, it scares me to turn onto the highway from that intersection. So Agnew Road there's bridges right there on 77, and it's very hard to see. We've seen a motorcycle accident there, and so I worry about kids driving, and we know teenagers are distracted drivers, and these trucks are going fast, and they think they can beat a truck or whatever. You want to pull out and get ahead of them. So I'm worried about about that, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Leaford Burnett.
Hi, my name is Lenny Scar. I live at,
To go in the
We're gonna go
order
in
of the.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I think we need to go in the order of the names that were said
Oh,
on the
okay.
list. I'm so sorry. Shelley, maybe you can repeat the next three names.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought.
Leaford Burnett, is that correct?
That's correct. I'm Leaford Burnett. I live at 19595 North 14th Street, Ceresco, which is 1 mile west and 1 mile south of the excavation site. There's been a lot of things said, and I agree with the last speaker. If you are going to travel east on Agnew Road towards Highway 77, the intersection at Highway 77 and Agnew is extremely dangerous. I crossed it every day when I was working, and you cannot see traffic at all coming from the south. So if you're going to turn north, you have to be prepared to get moving quickly. Secondly, I can't say enough about water. I live on an acreage out there. I've lived there since 1979. My well pumps less than 5 gallons a minute. And if I do overpump it, it runs dry. So water is a big issue. And even though they're not going to be using water, they say that their equipment is not going to be any worse than agricultural equipment. But the difference is they're going to be running equipment there 6 days a week, sun up to sundown, leaking oil, antifreeze, hydraulic fluid, and everything else you can imagine. And that's got to be absorbed into the aquifer, and it's going to ruin people's water. And one last thing I'll say is I have never read a report that is so one-sided, so sugar-coated as what Olson Construction has put out here. They ignored a well. They completely ignored a well on a residence to the west of this place. I mean, just exactly across the street. It was ignored. Anybody, an engineer, if they could see there's a residence there, and they don't want to include that well, why? Because it looks better. It looks better on their report. I'm going to stop here because I'm starting to get angry, but I've lived out there since 1979, and I plan on fighting this as hard as I can. We'll be putting together a team of people that will hire attorneys if we have to, but this is all wrong. This is not ag land. As it says here, somewhere, it says, this is from the Lancaster County, and it says, the rural environment, focus on agriculture. Rural areas should be preserved for agriculture. There is nothing in this mine that is preserving it for agriculture. See, I still got 2 minutes left. I yield, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Mark Hughes, and then it'll be Donald Hughes after Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Hughes. I live at 20677 North 14th Street, which is exactly 1 mile west of the proposed mine. My parents live not 65 feet from the property line. Their house is actually 30 feet from the property line where this mine is going to occur. They built their place 37 years ago. I grew up there, and I don't have a lot of paperwork. You guys have all that, or facts, but I'm going to give you a little life experience of me in the area and some things I've done. I've been in the excavating business for 5 years full-time back in the day. I'm not now. I still do it part-time. This is the first thing I'm going to clear up here. You can't build a 12-foot berm with a dump truck and one medium-sized excavator, because I've done it. There's going to be scrapers, maybe haul trucks, which are the big off-road trucks. Dust, you can't control on a 100-degree day. They're going to have to, because I've been into these mines, I've hauled, I've loaded trucks. The dust is going to be continuous. Like I said, they're 30 feet from this. They're going to have dust, backup beepers, 12 hours a day possibly, because they say daylight hours in the paperwork. Okay, when I dug dirt, I dug from 6 a.m. to 9. Well, they're going to too. The dust is going to fly. You're going to hear the beep, beep, beep 7 days a week through their windows. I'm going to hear it. I can hear 77's traffic. It's 3 miles away. What else do I want to say? Oh, the water. The mosquitoes are going to be horrendous because I know how these retention ponds work. They slowly fill up. They're always wet. We got enough mosquitoes out there. We don't need that. The traffic for the school kids is ridiculous. I drove that road every day to school, too. I went to Raymond Central. It's very dangerous, like has been talked about. 77 and Agnew Road is already very dangerous. A lot of wrecks. There has been fatalities there. And we don't even have these 30 to 40 trucks a day, which would have to be implemented. You can't tell me there's just going to be, a few, and they're going to go both ways. That's to start with. Eventually, I bet it's 100 trucks a day if they want to haul what they are saying they want to haul out of there. In 30, 40 years of this, they got to live right next to this for the next 20 years, or however long they want to live there before they can't live there anymore. It's ridiculous. Everybody in the area is going to be affected. The people on the south, they're all going to hear it. They're going to see the dust. They're going to drive by it. I don't know what else to say, I guess. I'm getting a little worked up too. But anyway, that's my take on it. I can't think of anything else, so I'm going to turn it over to my dad. This is done. So.
You want me over here?
You can,
You're
either
okay.
place is
Be right
fine.
there.
My name is Don Hughes. I live at 3203 Agnew Road. Our home is located 35 feet from the property line. 35 feet, okay? I know these reports have been falsified about all these distances and these buffer zones. They're totally contrary even to each other. Even the reports contradict each other, okay? I'm going to read the rest of this to you that I've, with the help of my wife, Mike, we put this together, okay? Our farm joins the subject property on our west property line. Our house is 35 feet from the proposed large commercial dirt mine. We have worked for 37 years. Okay, 37 years of my life. I've committed to improving this farmland. When we bought it, it was trees and erosion. You could not drive across it with anything, okay? I have worked on it nonstop for all those years, and we have created a viable farming operation. We can drive any place on that 174 acres that we own without going around ditches and trees. It's all farmable now, okay? It is a livelihood. It is part of our livelihood, which this Ash Grove is trying to steal from us. And let me get back to this. 37 years ago, we were dislocated to our current site after the city of Lincoln stole our farm that was located where they wanted to establish a landfill because the location was an advantage for the garbage haulers. Now, how many cities have you been to where their landfill was located on a main highway at the entry to a city, okay? This is some of the stuff that I've been through, okay? Okay, that's located at Bluff Road and Highway 77. Okay, now, there are 2 domestic wells and 5 wells. Now, that's another lie that came out of this report. We have 2 wells. They They reported 3 wells. We have 2 wells plus 5. That's 7 wells, okay? We can all add that up. We have 7 wells within 200 feet of where they want to excavate. That's going to be a problem. If they're going to go 100 feet deep with their excavating, our well is at 85. Now, what do you think is going to do that to my supply of water? It's going to drain my wells. And we'll get experts to testify to that fact, don't worry. Okay.
One more
Okay,
minute.
we know Agnew Road will be destroyed and expect damage to vehicles that use the road. Ag equipment is always present. Well, I use it for my ag equipment. Everybody in the area uses it for their ag equipment. They use it for combines, trucks, tractors, sprayers. My grandson operates these. They can spray 120 feet easily. They are big. It is big equipment, and they move down the road maybe 20 miles an hour. Okay, put that in the same traffic pattern with dump trucks, side dumps, most anything you can imagine is what's going to happen here. I'm a combat disabled veteran, okay?
That's time, Don.
Your time is up.
That's time.
I served this country. When I got out of high school, I decided I wanted to get more education. Well, I did that. As soon as I got out of school, I got my notice. Okay? I was drafted. I sustained multiple injuries during that time. I was in a helicopter crash, broke my back, my legs. I've been 56 years, 56 years healing up from all this, okay? And during that time, I was also developing this farm. Now, if you can even imagine what it's like doing farm work with a broken back, I have been, like I say, I'm a disabled vet. I use the VA, and I've got any number of documents to prove all this, okay?
We need to wrap it up.
You're over 6 minutes now, so the limit is 5. I appreciate you coming to speak. Thank you.
Okay, Mark Rezak, Elizabeth Rezak.
Thank you for your service. It's a little strange that Ash Grove is allowed all that time and we get 5 minutes. We've invested our whole lives into this.
For clarity, Mark Rezak. I'm representing St. Mary's and St. Patrick's Catholic Cemetery, parish located at 17630 North 3rd Street in Davie, Nebraska. I want it to be clear to the board, I am of no relation to the developer, Mike Rezak. No relation at all. Ironic, he's here the same day as I, but whatever. I'm going to approach this from a different avenue. I understand the concern and the desire about student drivers. I know Lynn Johnson's here. That is not the parish's concern. That is not the cemetery's concern. Our concern is the senior citizen drivers. We have 20 to 25 people every day that attend daily mass in Davie. They congregate from Davie to the cemetery. They come down 40th Street when the weather's nice. They come down and around up 77, up Agnew Road when it's not so nice. Senior citizen drivers, as an insurance agent, I recognize the fact that they don't react, they don't move near as quickly as those folks that are like teenagers who overreact. Big concern with the parish. We want to make sure that everybody's aware of that we're scared that we're going to take some of those senior citizen drivers and put them in our parish cemetery, which we don't want. The road service, I think everybody's pretty much covered that. We're going to destroy the road. Let's not forget about the road ditches. When trucks break down and they have to move over, they're going to go into the ditches. When you take 80,000 pounds and you set it on a soft surface like a road ditch, it's going to become potholed. It's going to become a problem on the roadway rather than a good thing. Also want to remind you folks, I leave my house every morning at 5:45 a.m. I have to be at my place of employment by 7. That means that when I take off down Agnew Road, where are the trucks that are going to want to be the first ones to get loaded every morning going to be parked at? Although I heard you might have a concrete driveway and a concrete surface to pull into or asphalt, you're not going to have asphalt road ditches again, which you're going to tear that up. You're going to have trucks sitting on the lane or sitting in partially in one lane of traffic facing west, and it's the same direction I'm going to go. It's going to be hazard because I know you folks are probably still in bed, but we're dodging around the traffic that's headed to Burlington Northern Railroad, the traffic that's headed to the old Goodyear plant, folks that work in Lincoln. Folks, there are a ton of people that come out of Saunders County, Butler County to the west that travel through that area. It's a hazard. Let's not forget wildlife too. We fight them all the time. The cemetery has a concern about dust. A cemetery is a religious place. A cemetery in some countries it's a holy place. When you go to a cemetery, and I go to see my folks, I go there because I want to see a pristine, clean place that's well groomed and where my folks are resting comfortably. Imagine trucks running up and down that road. They're going to lose some aggregate. We all know that. That's part of life. Yeah, you can try to keep it dry, but like Mark Hughes said, on a 100-degree day, you're not going to keep it dry. You're not going to keep it from being dust-free. We're going to have dust accumulating on our monuments. Our landscaper has already attested that he's concerned that when he might have to give this job up, mowing for us, because it's too dusty for his health. And he's not going to wear a respirator so he can go up there and he can mow the grass and keep things under control. You know, noise, I heard somebody talk about the beeping noise. My wife are blessed, ever so blessed, that we have a family farm that we've owned for 140 years in Butler County, 1 mile from the Butler County landfill. I'd like to let you folks know that that beeping noise that they're talking about, it's for real. We hear it all the time, and it's a real problem, and the noise pollution is going to be a huge problem. The other thing I want to identify is what was said by our local priest. He can conduct funerals at cemeteries. It's not a problem. He can speak over trucks. The chances of the people there attending the funeral mass probably won't hear him. The truck noise is going to be too much. He won't be able to fight it. He won't be able to beat it. In passing, 44 years ago, 3 Raymond Central students were killed on the corner of Highway 77 and Agnew Road. I want to remind you of names like Jeannie Jones and Jerry Allen. They died in that accident that day, 2 of the 3. I don't want this to happen again. The thoughts about Highway 77 and Agnew Road bridge crossing, it is very dangerous. Please take this into consideration. Time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, I've got abstracts here for the cemetery from 1880. Anybody like to see them? We're here to stay.
Rick Forrell.
Yes, my name is Rick Forrell. I live at 17118 North 14th. I'm about 2.5 miles south of the proposed site that's going to be happening. My concern, a lot of it's been covered already. A lot of it's water. They will be using water for their water trucks. A lot of the wells around there, where are they going to get this water from? Are they going to haul it in? They're going to get it right there somewhere. They're not going to drive this truck, 15 miles away to go get water or further and haul it in. So there's been a water issue up in that area for a very long time. There were some acreages that came up for, issues about getting approved here a couple years ago, and water was a big issue with that on wells that they were going to dry up. The neighboring people, they had problems with their wells drying up. So you bring something like this in for 30, 40 years with how much they're going to use. This isn't a household water. This is a lot of water we're talking with these trucks to keep the dust down. So there's that concern. And my boys, they don't go to Raymond Central, but they go to Waverly. So they cross Highway 77 every single morning and afternoon. So they do it twice a day. You know, with all this extra truck traffic and everything, I'm concerned as it is right now with the traffic on 77 and having them cross, let alone adding all this. So there's that. You know, they go Waverly Road and cross it there at Waverly and 77. So to bring something like this into these acreage places with the Raymond Central kids, like we've heard about, all that, I just feel it's a very, very big dangerous situation that we're putting a lot of families and a lot of the residential, you know, acreage owners into here. And we need to be concerned with this. I mean, our kids are everything. You lose a kid, that's terrible. I would never want anybody to go through that. So, yeah, things happen, you know, truck traffic, it just adds to it. So that's kind of what I had to say. Oh, also, I did have something to add. What's this going to do to like the neighboring properties for, you know, people that have put all this time and effort into their properties over the years? You heard from the Hugheses. I mean, we're talking, this is going to bring valuations like plummeting. I mean, this is going to ruin what they have. Who's going to want to buy a place if they have to sell or want to sell next to a mine? I mean, I wouldn't purchase something next to something like that. So, and I'm 2.5 miles away. They may not even want mine. So I'm just saying, we got to think about that too. What's it going to do to people's financial situations and well-being on that? So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
James Lamgan.
Yes, my name's James Lampkin. I live at 20805 North 27th Street, right across the street to the west from the mine. Everybody's bringing up trucks and traffic and everything. We came up, I do have some forms here to submit to against anybody that's just about in an hour and a half or a mile and a half range of that proposed sites on this paper. The trucks, we figured, were going to come about every 12 minutes. There's going to be a truck out of there or in there. That seems like a lot of traffic, and that's at the 2,000 or 20,000 tons they're going to take the first year. Nothing was mentioned about a spring that comes up here in.
It's on now.
It takes
Go
a
ahead.
little bit.
A spring that comes up here right across the road here in my place. A spring comes out, and that's why that's not farmed right there. Nothing was said about that in the Olson report, and that is groundwater, surface water. The noise, beep, beep, beep. And where, we were wondering about where their well would be if they had a well over there. I did not see any paperwork in an application for that or anything. There's a wildlife corridor that runs through there. I have 2 wells. One's a hand-dug well back in the early 1900s. The house I live in is 120 some years old. Like somebody said, that 313 days a year they're going to be running equipment over there is nothing like the ag that was presented. The original application had 5 days a week, 7 to 5, and then they rearranged the application for 6 days a week, sun up to sundown. That's a lot of hours. But the truck traffic at every 12 minutes, and that's at the the first 2 years. The next 2 years it'll go to 40 trucks, which would be 80 trucks in and out of there in a work period day. That's a lot of traffic for kids and the people in that area. We're sure hoping we can do something with this. I don't know who I give these to.
I can take it.
She'll take that to submit it into the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Connie Salter.
Good afternoon. I'm Connie Suter. I live at 2119 South 195th Street in Omaha, Nebraska. I'm here. I lived at the corner of Highway 77 and Agnew Road for 20 years. My parents and my aunt and uncle still live right on that corner. And that land is someday going to be passed down to me and my children, and I want to protect it. I have several concerns, and I'm in very strong opposition to this. Number one, the people that live on the corner of Agnew Road and 77. They're senior citizens, they're elderly. They're going to have to back out of their driveways onto the highway with these semis coming down. Imagine a senior citizen having to deal with that every day leaving their house. The other concern is, what if there's a health emergency? Getting the fire, the ambulance, the rescue units, the fire trucks there. That brings a huge concern to me also. Another concern, of course, that's been mentioned is a cemetery. My grandparents are buried there. It's a beautiful cemetery. What's going to happen when there's a procession to the cemetery? Cemetery processions are slow. They're somber. It's a family's time of grieving. And there's going to be trucks going by making a lot of noise when these people are trying to bury their loved ones. I think that's a huge disgrace. My third point, and I am a prior student of Raymond Central. I drove down that road a lot of years. You're somebody that has a school permit, inexperienced. We as adults are distracted drivers. You know, children are distracted drivers. It's just a matter of time when you mix A and B that there's going to be a tragedy. We lived on the corner of Highway 77 when the tragedy hit, when those 3 children were killed, and we heard the impact of that. It's traumatic. And also, the volunteer fire department from Sresco that serves that area, that's going to be their family members, their children, that they're going to be coming to rescue. I think the Hugheses, I know my parents know them, I don't know them personally, but I just think it is a huge disgrace to what you're doing them and their property. I mean, even if there's a berm there, imagine living next to that, and imagine what you're doing to their property value. They worked their lives to have this home, and in a matter of days, their property value is going to decrease dramatically. I don't want you to pass this. I think it's a terrible thing. This is an agricultural community. The road there's going to be deteriorated. The road is used for the people's livelihood out there, and that's agriculture. Please don't pass this for the families, the children that could potentially be harmed. It's just not a good thing for the community. Thank you.
David Hansen.
David?
Yes. Is there a David Hansen that would like to speak? If not, then we'll move to Lynn Johnson.
Does this work? Good afternoon. Yeah, that works. I'm Lynn Johnson, address 108 Hunter Drive, Sresco, Nebraska. I'm here on behalf of the Board of Education of Raymond Central Public Schools. I'm the superintendent of Raymond Central Public Schools. And I don't have a lot new to add. I appreciate all the support that we've had on behalf of our kiddos, because the reason I stand in front of you today is we have definite concerns as a Board of Education about the safety of our children, as Agnew Road is one of the main access routes to our campus, which, as you now know, is just 3.5 miles to the west. So as you've already heard, and I don't want to continue to rehash, we have young, inexperienced drivers on Agnew Road, and you've seen the road. It is a very narrow county road without any shoulders, any medians. Very concerned about the safety of our kids as they come and go to school. And Mr. Fowler did point out that those trucks in the morning are going opposite of the way most of our kids will come. I think that's irrelevant because throughout the course of the day, we have kids coming and going all the time. And not only kids, but we have visitors, and visitors who aren't even consciously aware of what's going on a perceived normal county road, right? So as a Board of Education, this kind of developed fast for us. I wanted to make sure that's clear to you. And it was hard for us to develop our stance in such a short period of time without a lot of information. And that's been made clear to you as well today. And our Board of Education has that same perspective. We would like a lot more information for us to be able to be more eloquent in what we present to you. But today we stand in front of you to say we are concerned, and we want you to know that as a Board of Education we have those concerns on behalf of our kids and our clients, and that is all of our utmost concern is to keep our youth safe. So some of the other, one other thing that was mentioned today, I did take the opportunity to talk to Mr. James Fowler, and he is very helpful in helping me to better understand this situation, but there's still a lot of unanswered questions. One thing that was brought up today that I just want to make sure we're clear on, because it struck me as a little bit out of discord, is I do think maybe they are willing to work with the school, but that was not the nature of our conversation. There was an implication somewhere, or it was, I perceived it this way, that maybe we could change the time of our routing to accommodate the school. And one of the concerns that Mr. Fowler had, and fairly enough, is when you change those times, you just create more of a steady stream in a different time frame, because to get their job done, they're going to have to haul so much dirt, right? So if you change the hours in which you're doing that, you just create a steadier stream in other hours. We didn't have that type of a dialogue that would imply that, you know, we're going to work around school hours. Now, I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but we aren't anywhere near that type of a dialogue. So just wanted to make sure that that was clarified. Thank you for your time. I just want to thank you for the time to speak and your service. These are never easy issues to consider, and we just appreciate the thoughtfulness in your doing so.
Thank you.
Okay, if Brooke Norris wants to come forward, and then Adam Hintz and Jason Essman.
Hi, my name is Brooke Norris. I live at 3737 Little Salt Road in Sarasco. So my biggest concern today is the safety aspect of all of this. We've lived there for a little over a year now, but my family has lived in the area for 75 years. So my husband and I both commute to work every day. We will be coming off North 40th, turning east onto Agnew Road every morning as we commute. I do take my child to the bus stop in Davie, so I have to cross that traffic on Agnew every day. She will then ride the bus home every day on Agnew Road. So that is definitely a concern to me, being on a bus with no seatbelts and having that amount of traffic, and you know, everybody going, most of the kids coming to and from Sarasco will be on those types of buses. So that is definitely a concern for myself. My teenager, she does go to school in Lincoln because she goes to Southeast Community College type program in conjunction with the high school in Lincoln. And so she will also be turning east onto Agnew every day and going to that intersection. We have always had concerns about her turning onto the highway already, and so this just kind of exemplifies that for us. Something that I've always kind of had water concerns about it, and I think there's just hasn't been enough information presented to any of us to be able to make an informed decision. And so that is one of my biggest concerns. I'm going to share this. So this is a plot map of a lot of the wells, and my house is located right here. Something I heard today that even concerns me more is that a lot of the runoff water they're proposing, it sounds like, that will run right through my property to get to the wetlands. So that would be a direction of northeast from where the job site would be. So being a new homeowner in the area with a newer well, this is definitely concerning for my family and for myself. I think that's one of the biggest concerns from everyone, is that, you know, there's a lot of homes that have wells in this area that have to rely on that aquifer. and what, say it was contaminated, or, they were draining all the water or something like that, like what would that do to all our homes? Would 50 to 75 homes be displaced and without water because we aren't, something would happen because of this. So those are my biggest concerns, are basically the traffic and the water, and honestly to the overall environment. I'm not sure if there's been any kind of studies that have gone along with that. I don't think we really heard anything here today to do that. But in my opinion, it doesn't sound like it's anything that would benefit the environment in the slightest. So my ask is that you really consider this, consider the people in the community, the children, the families, and everybody's homes in the area when making this decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam?
Hi, I'm actually not going to testify on this item. These guys are doing a great job, so thanks for all the work you guys do, and thanks to the staff too. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason?
Jason Eisman, 20150 North 27th Street. My wife and I reside exactly on the south property line of the proposed site. I find some things contradicting in these letters that I've received. First off, I would reiterate that the planning letter was dated October 6th, and I received it on the 12th. The Olson letter states, prior to excavation of the clay, overburden will be collected to create a perimeter berm around the site. What is around the site? Is it all the way around? Partially. The planned site proposes construction, the staff report says the site plan proposes construction of a berm along the entire east boundary. The berm then continues essentially all the way around the site. With the berm, I guess the water on my property flows from the 27th Street down to the middle of the proposed property to the north. So if they're gonna put a berm all the way around, or essentially all the way around, is that gonna back up the water when it does rain, if it does ever rain here? Figure out where I'm at here. We have the same concerns as everybody else. I'd like to reiterate a couple other things. Our kids, 5 and 2, they love to be outside. That's all they do. Their safety is the most important to us. That goes along with the traffic safety concerns. What about the contamination of our water source? One thing that has not been mentioned is the loss of habitat. There's trees all around here, and they're going to tear them out. They've already said that. Our kids love going outside, watching the wildlife, checking the trail cameras, all the above. The dust control, great. We're going to control it during the working hours. What about the weekends? We're outside on the weekends. How are they going to control the pests? That was brought up. The property values, completely upside down. We can't do anything about it. We're done for at this point. It's either live there or go bankrupt. Yeah, the berm route, I got that. If this is approved, it will harm more people than it would benefit. We ask that you please deny this request and protect us and preserve the wildlife, the land that we have all worked so hard to own. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there, I have a quick question. You're directly to the south?
Correct.
So what's, do you have a fence line there? What's between you and this property?
Trees that I planted.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's on your property line?
Yep, and I would like to state that Hughes and, well, myself, I guess, they stated they're 65 foot away. I consider myself 0 foot. That's my property line.
Thank you.
Okay, Jovan Loster must be next, and then we'll have Andy Vasa and Ryan Sander. Thanks, Laura. Thank you.
Hello. Jovan Loster, Bromlindale offices, 551 North Linden, Wahoo, Nebraska. Our office was approached a little bit beginning of last week or so regarding this particular issue. We happen to represent a lot of the people that live in the area. That discussion, at least initially from our perspective, is more of a public policy advocacy and how to assist them in that regard. Our hope certainly is that this doesn't end up in litigation and arguing private nuisances, diminution of value against the property owner. So we're trying to head that off, as you can see, by reaching out to people that are in the area, having them express their life experiences and their concerns to you, so that from a public policy standpoint, you can be better educated and make a more informed decision. Certainly understand these things are never easy, and from what I hear, listening to the staff, it's somewhat of a unique project that probably hasn't been presented to the Planning Commission before, because you're more accustomed to excavation type projects as opposed to quarries or mining structures, as I'm hearing from the applicant. So this is really probably a thing that everybody is wrestling with, and I think it's why you're getting the reaction that you're getting from the public at large. I'm going to kind of scrap some of my initial comments, because listening to Mike Eden and Lynn Johnson and the like, I think the Hughes family, they've done a very eloquent job of explaining the impacts of things. And so I'm just going to talk from a 50,000 foot level, understanding that we haven't had the opportunity to engage engineering, to look through the county's regulations to ensure application compliance, any of those sorts of things. So this is just the 50,000 foot level perspective. And so there are kind of 7 things as I identify, speaking for myself, looking at this. The first, as Lynn Johnson spoke to, would be the impact to the Raymond Central Public School District. That makes this particular project at this particular site a really unique situation. We're not dealing with what I think commonly you would be looking for is a mining operation located next to an industrial complex and or adjacent to an entirely rural area where the only impacts are to farmers and those inconveniences that come as a result of that. You're dealing with an impact to a public school system and impacts to families that own property in that area. The second thing would be the Village of Davie. So we reached out to the Village of Davie. They've submitted a formal letter in opposition to this. The Village of Davie's extraterritorial zoning jurisdiction ends just half a mile to the south of this particular property. So it's just barely outside of their ETJ and inside of yours. Otherwise, we'd be going in front of the Village Planning Commission. The village has expressed concern and is in opposition because they think, amongst the things that have been discussed here, the potential for this project is really going to impede the intended growth. And as you guys go through your comp plans and the long-range planning things that the Village of Davie does, you're looking at some of the same things. And the Village of Davie, I think, has made clear in their opposition that this property is intended to be agricultural and residential in nature. And the intent, as you can see, particularly as you look west towards Raymond and south of Davie, that rural acreages and rural acreage subdivisions have continued to crawl north and north. The anticipation is they're going to jump Davie Road. They're going to end up continuing to climb north towards the northern end of the ETJ of Davie. And as a result, putting a mining operation just on the outskirts of their ETJ is going to have a major negative impact on what they intend to be the long-range or comprehensive plan for Davie. And I would hope that, just like the Raymond Central Public School District, this group and this body is cognizant of what other political subdivisions are wanting in and around their communities, and that's a major planning consideration that you would typically have, and I'm sure you would.
1 more minute.
That's all right. The cemetery's already been touched on. Mark did a great job on that. The environment, we've mentioned the Jackson Memorial Wildlife Management Area, which is to the northeast of this. To the southwest of this is the Little Salt Creek Wildlife Management Area. And you also, just directly north of Davie Road, have the Ash Hollow Creek, which has a tributary that we believe is going to directly be impacted by this as well. So I think there's some major conservation and environmental impact issues here. But again, we haven't dealt with the EPA, Fish and Wildlife. We haven't had time to do that. The abutting 3 residences, I think from a human standpoint, is huge, right? We're not dealing with adjoining farm properties. There's 3 houses directly across the road on the west, south, and east sides of this. And those people are going to be significantly impacted and inconvenienced. And then I'd say the last thing is just looking at your comprehensive plan, the plan forward plan, looking at it. I'd refer you to P4, P16, and G11, which talk about the importance of rural housing, agricultural economy, and rural environment as major considerations for this area. And I don't think this particular plan, this particular project's in adherence with what I think even your comprehensive plan intended. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Andy?
It's hard to hear you guys.
That's all right. Oh, I'll get a chance. My name's Andy Vasa. I live at 19752 North 27th Street. My property line is right next to his. And so I, from my patio, I will overlook this area every day. I moved out to this property 6-7 years ago. My kids at the time were too young to start driving, but I taught them both how to drive on 27th Street down to that intersection and also on my property. My daughter is currently a junior at Raven Central. So she takes that corner, 27th and Agnew Road, every day to get to that high school. Now granted, that's only for the next 2 more years, but I travel that every week because my parents live in Valparaiso. We decided to move out to this acreage because it was quiet. It was away from the hustle bustle of everyday life. It's where we go to get away. It's our vacation spot. And to just think about how much we're going to be losing that serenity because of the daily noise and dust and combustion and just everything that's going to be happening out there, it almost makes me sick. Jason brought up a good point a little bit ago that he's going, you know, we're all going to be losing our property values because of this. Somebody's not going to want to buy my house. You know, the only positive that's going to come from it is my taxes will probably go down. You know, in the last 6 years, my property taxes have gone up over $200,000 for my assessed value. That's what I meant. And, you know, I work every weekend on this property to make it better than it was last weekend. Take a lot of pride in it. And I just don't want to see that all go to waste. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan? Is there a Ryan Sanders?
He's coming.
Okay.
Ryan Sander, my wife Terry and I live at 18755 North 27th. We've, in 2005, we bought the ground from my dad-in-law who farmed since 1974 in the area. We lived in Kansas and then Wisconsin, and as our kids got older, we wanted to bring them back to Nebraska for the reasons we're all here and live in that area, raise our kids in a agricultural community, and definitely a beautiful area. I was quite surprised coming back from a business trip last week too that we had a very urgent notice to on this hearing, which to me does seem a little strange with something of this magnitude. Very proud of all of the people in the community that they could put together the information they did. I'm sure, and not sure if all of you read the 75 plus opposition letters, and they're very well documented, which again, if you have the chance to drive out in that area and look at this, you'll definitely see this is not a good idea. This is the wrong thing for that land. So the main concern for us on the water side is, just as Don had said, our well is 80 foot deep and we're 1 mile south. So our creek and our ground, spring fed, already dried up this year due to the drought conditions. This isn't going to help things. And so it's definitely a concern for all of us in the area, but not just the water availability, but the potential contamination. And I know there's modeling done that was shown on the report, but again, that's a model. It does not, and no one knows what happens until after the actual well or the excavation is done. So as far as Jason Eisman, I think, and his wife are a good example of young people that have come into the area. They're right beside the property. They bought an existing house from a person that had been in the area for a long time. They put a tremendous amount of work into improving it. Now that excavation pit will be right next to it, and there's no doubt what it'll do to the land values and so on. So again, when you see that area, this is not the right site for an excavation pit. Now, I'm in the meat industry, been in all my life, and as I know Ash Grove faces a lot of community and government issues, as I do, and we do. There's got to be other sources of this clay than northern Lancaster County. There's so much highly erodible ground in this state and in Iowa that could be possibly looked at. And I know, to me, the only reason this may have came on the radar is that it was for sale. And if that's how they're pursuing ground to mine, that's probably not a good idea. It'd probably be better to first see who would be willing to let them investigate their ground that's non-farmable and approach it in that manner. And I think in summary, again, the biggest concern is safety. One death that happens from this project, and we wish we would have never proceeded any further. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Joanna Uden, and then Doug Nagel and Phyllis Larson.
Hello, my name is Joanna Uden, and I am an attorney with Braun Lindahl Law Firm at 551 Linden Street in Wahoo, Nebraska. My colleague Jovan Loster actually just testified a little bit ago, and I will try not to rehash anything you've already heard. I just wanted to express to all of you that my firm does represent municipalities. We work with planning commissions. We work with city council members. I understand that you are in a very difficult and unique position. Many of my clients have expressed opposition to this application, and I just want to remind you that I know you're bound by regulations and ordinances, and you're going to take everything you've heard today, you're going to apply those regulations and those ordinances, and you're going to make a decision that's not only going to affect one person. You've heard testimony that discusses children, adults, senior citizens, water. You've heard testimony that discusses tax revenue. You've heard testimony that discusses wildlife. You stand to also affect a municipality. Davie, the village of Davie, hasn't had an opportunity to do much more than just alert their village engineer and the NRD to the situation at hand. They don't know of the impact that this could have on their community. And as individuals have stated, you're not only going to affect a few people, you're going to affect people outside of this community too, due to the roads that connect to this area. I'm just asking you to consider that you have the fate of everyone in your hands right now, and everyone in this room is placing their faith in you to protect their health, their safety, their loved ones, their children, and their way of life. Thank you.
Doug?
Okay, great. I think everybody's covered quite a few things here. My name's Doug Nagel. I live at 6517 Albert Drive. I'm one of those guys that's a farmer by day and I live in town by night, so don't be holding that against me. I'm not one of them guys. But anyway, so I've been farming out there all my life. I grew up on Rock Creek Road in North 40th. I own a piece of ground within the same section. I grew up on a piece of ground that has a irrigation well on it that would be three-quarters of a mile from this place. We pump from a static water level of about 80 feet. I think the well itself is drilled down to 120 feet. And it's sustainable. It refills itself all the time. It recharges. We're able to use it year after year. We're not depleting it where we're under any kind of a problem with NRD coming in and saying you can only pump so many inches a year. It's a good well, okay? Most wells, my neighbor here says 50 feet was his house well, and a few other places that really aren't that deep. So when I hear 100-foot hole, I'm a little bit worried about contamination. I'm a little bit worried about them taking more water. Another straw into the drink is probably not a good thing, but I don't like that either. Pollution-wise, I don't know what pollution might be, but he made a little accusation here a little bit ago that farmers deplete soil, and it's just what we do. Well, it's not. We take care of our land because we got to use it all the time. We don't degrade our soil. When you mine something and you flip it over, you're frying the soil, and it's no longer viable as farm ground. That being said, the gentleman before me a few times ago was involved in animal agriculture. If you guys remember, a couple years ago, there was a proposal of a chicken farm up near Raymond Central. Everybody was worried about the amount of trucks that were going to go into that. Now, if I remember right, it might have been 1 or 2 trucks a day. Children's safety. You guys denied it based on that. Now, if I'm going to rate that on a 1 to 10, the chicken plant was a 1. This is 110, okay? This many trucks is not good for anything. Based on the amount of time that we had here, I know people are hitting on it, but I want to drive on it just a little bit more. I had 1 week to figure out where we're at, and then they come up here and say, well, we don't know. Let's just can this project and forget about it. I know the people that are trying to sell it. They're great people. I have nothing against them. I hope they can sell it. I hope they put houses on it, and we have something that looks like Denton someday. That's northern Lancaster County. We need something nice up there. Anyway, I'm worried about the road deterioration. I'm worried about the taxes and the transfer of wealth. So, of course, you have a huge conglomerate come in that's based in Dublin, Ireland, an $85 billion company. Right now, I'm paying about $80 an acre. Some guys, like my parents, are paying about $136 an acre, which adds up to over several farms. Between my uncle and my parents and me, we're probably paying $100,000 total in property taxes, and that's including what we pay on equipment. We have this company comes in, they're buying a farm for about $1.3 million, and they're exporting all of this, the subsoil, over to Cass County and turning it into a product that they can then resell. The taxes are not coming back to Lancaster County. And here we have to have an agreement to maintain the road with them. You know, the way I see it, they're putting $1 million into a farm. Now, I don't know if they're going to extrapolate $30 million out of this deal. I don't know, but you guys know what road projects cost, and we all know that the county is burdened with very little money. We have bridges that are closed. We have roads that need fixed. We have culverts that are being repaired every once in a while. And I'm just worried that we continue this deterioration. As they say, nobody's going to want to be out there.
For a minute.
They talked about haul routes. I am worried. Everybody's talked about Highway 77, and the conversation has stopped there. We're going 50 miles to Louisville. I don't know if the Department of Roads of Nebraska has been contacted. Highway 77 is one of the roughest roads that I can drive in the state of Nebraska. I do it with farm trucks, and it's a pain. That's going to deteriorate more. It's going to be a cost to the state. Where do they turn? Do they turn at the Waverly Road, go through Waverly, head through Greenwood, and get to Church Road? I don't know how it's all going to work. I mean, we got several towns. We got kids, like you said, from Waverly, Raymond Central, and there's a Wahoo Newman bus that comes down that way too. So anyway, I just wanted you all to know that. I hope it's something a little bit different. I probably have 10 more things I forgot to bring up. It's kind of the way it is. I do want to have, though, everybody that's here, show your hands that you're against this. Let's just make a statement right now. And we know where this is at, so I hope you vote accordingly, and we can continue on with our peaceful way of life out there. And don't forget the anhydrous ammonia plant that's about 2 miles away, too. It's a very dangerous liquid chemical that farmers use. I would hate to see that get in an accident, and that would burden anybody on a rescue site or anything like that, too. So, thank you. Appreciate your work.
Yes,
Um,
we are.
Yes, please.
I've had several requests. We'll have this testimony, and then we will recess for a short break for anyone who needs to use the bathroom or get something to drink, and then we'll come back.
Hi, I'm Phyllis Larson. I live at 17575 North 70th Street. My husband and I farm there. It's a family farm that's been in our family for generations since it was first homesteaded. And we're about 4 miles from the site. We drive those roads. I consider it to be my neighborhood. I really appreciate the effort that you all take to learn about these matters. You've had to learn about chicken factories and RV parks and drag strips and all of the other things that have happened to northern Lancaster County. It's a lot, and it's hard to make sense of it sometimes, so I want to just kind of take a step back. I have one main point, and that is let's weigh the costs and the benefits. A lot of you are business people, and that's how you make your decisions, right? Agriculture is a business as well as a lifestyle. So we need to look at the benefits, and in my head, benefits must outweigh the costs in order for you to allow the use of this land to change. So the costs, you've heard so many of them, destroying the lifestyles of close residents. We simply can't do that to people. The staff report just brushes this aside, suggesting daylight operating hours. Daylight's from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. in the summer. That would drive anyone to move away, but they can't, because who would buy their home with this giant hole of noise, dust, and heavy traffic next door? That's the very real cost of my second point, deterioration of property values and hindrance of residential growth. This will stop the growth in its tracks. Cost number 3 is huge, road maintenance. I'm no expert in the area, but I took a quick look at the county's road maintenance plan. In 2017, a cost of $779,000 was to improve 4 miles of road near the site, North 14th from the Raymond Road to the Agnew Road. Other road projects listed for 2019 through 2023 totaled more than $26 million. The rising cost of Lancaster County road maintenance was highlighted on KOLN in April of 2022. County Engineer Pam Digman said, "It's somewhat catastrophic this year because no increase will be allowed in our budget next year, so we're going to have to be doing a lot less with the same amount of money." Digman went on to say that her biggest concern is not meeting the expectations of Lancaster County residents by simply not having enough money in the budget. Cost number 4, cost on environment. It's not one I can put numbers to, but this project's plan makes it clear that this prime ag land, will never go back into production agriculture. A report from the USDA said that in 2022, the U.S. lost 1.9 million acres of farmland. This does not bode well for food security. Our population continues to grow, land for food production decreases, and food costs soar. The food index surged 8.5% over the last year. Cost number 5 and 6, and they can go on and on. Compromised safety for those traveling to Raymond Central, ecological stress normally associated with barrel pits. It's a big list of costs. So what are the benefits to Lancaster County? I seriously looked for them, and I just couldn't put my finger on anything. I'm not sure, other than a significant profit to the seller of the land and a significant profit to the buyer of the land. But there are no economic development benefits to our county that I can see. The resources being mined are being trucked off to another county to profit Ash Grove Cement, which is headquartered in Kansas, and it's owned by CRH, a building materials giant conglomerate headquartered in Ireland, and they've not even bothered to reach out to the community. So from where I stand, the costs significantly outweigh the benefits. So even with additional information to answer the questions brought up here today, this project actually discourages rather than supports growth of the community. So please don't ask Lancaster County to pay these very significant costs to benefit others from elsewhere. Thanks.
Thank you.
We will continue with testimony in 5 minutes, which 47. Hustle. There we
There
go.
we
Yep,
go.
I was waiting, yep, all right. We just had to wait for the TV to come back on, and we're good now.
Okay. My name is Lenny Scar. I live at 4300 Davy Road.
Can you tip the microphone towards you?
I'm
ma'am?
actually
Ma'am, can you move your microphone a little closer to you?
There you go.
There you go.
2
Thank you.
miles south of this property is where I live. My farm is the width of 14th Street outside of the 1 mile notification to the west. So, at any rate, I think the lady from the school did a pretty good job, but I want to reinforce that. A lot of these kids, you know, are only going to be 16, some maybe 15. They're not experienced. They may even have a younger sibling with them. The school up there has an excellent program to train their students for things like early education, childhood development, et cetera, and so they can actually bring a little tiny child with them for that program. So it's not strictly like 18-year-old fullbacks that are going to be out there on those roads. I also have a concern about the number of trucks, what kind of traffic that is. When I look at how much material they intend to remove over this period of time, you know, it's not going to fit in 2 or 3 trucks a day. Let's just be honest. There's going to be a lot of trucks leaving first thing in the morning, which is when those kids are going to be going to school. And there's going to be a lot of trucks that are going to be trying to get one last load as all of the kids are headed to the school for evening. And so you know, there are activities going on at that school Monday through Saturday. You know, third string football has a game on Thursday night. Junior varsity has a game on Friday night. Varsity has a game on Saturday night. They have programs for tiny tot, cheerleaders, et cetera, et cetera. They have band practice. There are plays and dances and other programs for parents. You know, this isn't something that only happens half an hour in the morning and half an hour at night, and nobody ever goes back to that school. My other major concern is, again, this big pit, you know. Okay, let's just, all of us, get over the idea that this is ever going to look like a cornfield again. I have been told by the representative for the project that when all of this berm material gets put back in the hole, along with the topsoil, what doesn't get filled because of all the clay they took out is going to be a lake. There's never going to be anything that looks like a field there again, ever. That is their game plan. That's what they always do.
1 more minute.
So are we going to have, you know, mosquitoes the size of miniature hummingbirds? Is this going to be a major health problem? And as far as the maintenance on the roads goes, they're supposed to like water that down, and also the site to keep the dust from blowing. Okay, and I do understand how that can be a health concern for some people. But my issue is the well that's existing on that property from when there used to be a house there. How many gallons are they going to be pumping out of there every day to keep the dust down? As several people have already mentioned, We already have water issues. If that pump is going into the aquifer that we're all getting our water from, what happens to us?
5 minutes
What
is
happens to the people living there? You know, we have, please, just 30 more seconds.
Wrap it up, please.
My nephew and his wife have what was appraised at and taxed as a $750,000 home. How much is that house worth? If nobody can take a bath, nobody can wash their clothes, nobody can brush their teeth, nobody can wash their dishes, how much is a vineyard worth if they can't water it and there's no grapes? How much is a garden worth if you can't grow so much as a single onion? Thank you so much. I appreciate your patience. I was a planning commissioner for several years for the city of Las Vegas, so I understand what you're going through.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Marlene?
I'm Marlene Tracy, 17500 North 84th Street.
You want to pull that down, pull the
I'm a few
mic,
more miles away from this area.
You want to
but-
pull
try
your
and
mic
pull the
down a little
microphone
bit?
down a little bit.
Put your mic down a little bit so we can hear you a little better.
Yeah,
Thank
there
you.
you go.
Wish they would have done that to the earlier speakers. I've been having trouble hearing everybody. My experience goes back several years, maybe 10 or even more than that, back when Greg Sanford decided he wanted to build a drag strip on Highway 77. And he disguised it as a special permit for soil mining, okay? So that's what caught my attention here. Soil mining, oh, not again, not in our county. You know, here we go again. But the soil mining that we've been seeing in Lancaster County doesn't look anything like this. Well, Mr. Sanford, as everybody knows, didn't get his drag strip. And now there's a flower and pumpkin farm on that corner, and we're all so happy because it meets the description of ag, you know? They're planting pumpkins, and they're growing flowers, and they're having people come out and enjoy the quiet of the community. They don't have a bunch of trucks and diggers and beepers and stuff like that going on. One of my concerns that just this last lady spoke about, but not too many other have, is what happens with reclamation. I've been involved with several other soil mining sites in Nebraska, in Lancaster County, and I think one of the things that gets my goat the most is nobody follows through. The city county government of Lincoln, Lancaster County doesn't have a follow-through. Supposedly, you can call building and safety, and they'll send somebody out there and take care of it. I mean, we've had mining along Highway 77 for many years, and they track the mud out on the road, and we call building and safety, and they finally get to the point where they say, oh, just call the contractor yourself, because we don't have time to go out and bother with it. I just want to show you, I don't know if this will work on here.
It'll work, it just takes a minute to load.
Okay.
And you may have to.
I just snapped this picture the other day, and this is one of the soil mining sites along Highway 77 that's closed, you know. They mined their soil, all done. See this little hump right here, right in the middle of the page? That's the topsoil. It's still there. Periodically, every few months, a truck will come in there and they'll dig out some of that, and that farmer will sell his topsoil to somebody. That's not the only one. There's another whole berm of topsoil on that same property. This is just one. And so I understand that what they're planning to do is to dig a great big hole. And I got myself involved and engaged with somebody on Facebook, and somebody put a thing out there about this site, and this guy got on there and he said, well, this is going to bring economic development to the area. And when it's all done, we're going to build a beautiful lake and parks. And I ask you, on 112 acres, how big of a lake are you going to have? What kind of a park are you
One
going to
more
build
minute.
around it? I think, number one, we're way too early in this talking about the permit. A lot of us didn't have adequate time to prepare. We would have been better prepared. But I think you just need to nip it in the bud right now and just say no. Thank you.
Ma'am, your phone. Your
I do that all the time.
My name's Karen Kerbis. I live at 17500 North 84th Street and have lived there for 33 years. I have been involved with soil mining, unfortunately perhaps, since about 2008 when the drag strip attempt was on. I was part of the soil mining task force for Lancaster County at that point in time because there was no zoning ordinance for the county. It was all only for the city. And so I got involved. We had numerous contractors, attorneys, and landowners to come up with what should it be for Lancaster. We ended up having an even stronger ordinance than we did for the city. And the city has subsequently adopted a lot of what the county proposed at that point in time. Lots of different northern Lancaster gets hit with a lot of soil mining. Most of these are 20, 25 foot mining operations. They're not 100-foot mining operations. It's just totally different. Most of them, they're applied for, you guys grant for 3 years, and then maybe they get an amendment and they go again, but nothing for 30 or 40 years. I mean, that's just unreal. The traffic on Highway 77, of course, has been talked about a lot. 70 mile an hour traffic. I came home yesterday from Branched Oak. I live on the east side of 77. I plan my trips to and from with my RV according to the commuter traffic that goes across 77. I don't want to try to cross that at 5 o'clock or at 8 o'clock. Wahoo has a lot of traffic coming in, and they go home at night. Husker football Saturdays, they're saying maybe they want Saturdays. Don't do that. Highway 77, we don't even go home that way on Husker days. We avoid it like the plague. She talked about the reclamation and the monitoring on the Greg Sanford soil mining site. I was asked by Building and Safety to contact Tim Limka, I think is the one, and work with him about the complaints because Building and Safety didn't want to do it. They said, you talk to the contractor, you tell the contractor what he's supposed to do. And so I'm in continual. As a resident, I shouldn't have to do that. We have no monitoring. It just doesn't exist. Building and Safety exits. When the reclamation isn't done as it should be, then the planning department signs off on that bond. $525 is what it was back in 2008. I don't know why it hasn't gone up like everything else per acre. But they sign off, and so they release the bond. They don't do anything to go out there and evaluate, was the work completed? Was the topsoil put back on the land? What's going to happen here? I mean, we just have to have a better monitoring system. A lot of ag land has some greenbelt exemptions. We found out back in the time working with all these that many of them never had the greenbelt removed. And I don't personally know if this land is greenbelted or not. But after they do a 20-foot section, does somebody come in and they start on a new one and take the green belt away from the next? Or what are the implications there? We worked a lot with Cliff Biden, with the assessor's office saying, hey, here's another site, here's another site. So Lincoln Lancaster County needs to get their act together on monitoring, on processes, from the time you start considering a project until it is totally really done. And I'm going to leave it at that. Everybody else has covered everything else. Any questions?
What was the year again that you were involved in that review?
It was 2008.
2008.
So that's been 2008. So that's been a long, long time ago. And you know, here's the people that were involved in that meeting. That was back in the days of Mike DeKalb, who was, wow. He's no longer with us, but he did a phenomenal job. He came out and talked to the community on more than one occasion on different issues, and I wish that we would have Tom or the staff come out and talk to our community so that we could get more answers to questions and have a little bit more time to digest and go forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Rich is next, and then Lonnie Rich and Jerry Minslow.
Hold on. And it's a wreck.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Catherine Reck, and I reside at 3200 Rock Creek Road. That's about a 20-acre parcel. Adjacent to it, I also have a 53-plus acre parcel. Our property is the northwest corner of our property, connects to the southeast corner of the subject property where this mining is going to take place. I want to know, what is our guarantee that something will be done if this is mined at the very end of 30 to 40 years? I sure as heck will not be here because I'm in my 70s. I'm retired and I've lived out at this property since the early 80s. None of you will be here to oversee it. The people that work for Olson's won't be there to oversee it. Who's going to oversee that it gets to some other state besides a big hole in the ground? What is going to be the final disposition of this land? Is it going to be a lake? Is it going to be a big hole in the ground? Who's responsible? What happens to the tax revenue base for this, what is now agriculture land? I thought we wanted to preserve ag land in our county. What happens to the loss of the school taxes from this property and the loss of taxes from properties around that will be affected by this to our school district? Who's going to control of the mosquitoes from this water basin down there? And yes, I do worry about my well and the water that we get from our well, because that is our only source of water. We don't have the conveniences of Lincoln, like all you do is hook up to the city water and you have it. We had to dig our wells and we have to maintain our wells. And I want to know, if our well is contaminated, who's going to be responsible for fixing that problem? What happens to the topsoil if it's contaminated? Any answers? I know none of you live in a rural community, except for one person on this planning commission. So I invite you all to come out and take a look where we live. We're a close-knit community, and we want to stay an agriculture community. We don't want to mine in our area. Thank you.
Thank you.
You'll have to give me just a few seconds while I bring this up. My name is Lonnie Rick. Lonnie Rick, can you hear? I think I can hear now. I can hear myself. This was a complete surprise to most of us that live in the community.
But can you give us your address?
I'm sorry?
Your address?
3200 Rock Creek Road. We own a couple pieces of property there. Our northwest corner butts this proposed mining operation. And it is truly going to be a proposed mining operation as far as I'm concerned. One of the things I heard discussed earlier by several of the county officials, and your ponderance of possibly not having enough information, I think with the amount of people that are here today, there should be enough information to make some kind of a final decision. Heard the county engineer talk, and that was something that I was glad to hear. So you know I am adamantly opposed to the planning department's recommendations for approval of the mining of the soil. I'm in agreement with others from our community, schools, churches, cemeteries, neighbors, and committees that are opposed to the project. I was completely surprised that the Planning Commission justification for recommendation on the permit of this application states that there is no significant impact on adjacent properties with proposed conditions. The fact that this mining project takes land completely out of production is not a minor aspect. Never be able to be produced again, and it has a significant impact on it, on all of us. The applicant and the owner will not restore the land to its former AG production. No matter what they say, it's not going to happen. The property will be mined. The topsoil will be overburdened or placed on the side of it. The mine is going to go down to up to 100 feet. They are not going to fill that with the overburden. I don't know how much that'll fill. So we're going to have a gaping big hole in the ground. That gaping hole in the ground won't be there for a small amount of time. It's going to be there for a long time. The natural process of soil development can take several hundreds of years. Several hundreds of years. Stockpiled topsoil becomes highly degraded the moment long-term structure of land is disturbed. This happens even on small excavation sites. Some of those are developed into residential properties, and it doesn't have an awful lot of effect because people live there and they grow there. This is ag land. It's not coming back. Research on the restoration of the mining area is abundantly available by some of the following experts. There are about 10 or 15 of them I have on there. One I specifically took out to study. I have included in my addendum in my email to the county. And I think that's something you should take a look at. I know some of you have already seen that. There's all these studies about current day things and what they're doing, but Mike Eden said it best. They're trying to destroy the land that we live on. It's not just here. I mean, you have your operations in Lincoln, the land excavation and development and stuff. And I recently spoke with a friend of mine and had his farm overtaken in the south part of Lincoln, and he was adamantly opposed to that, but eventually that happened, and we know that's part of growth. This is not part of growth. Absolutely not part of growth. It's a destruction of a piece of property that's going to affect a lot of people. The map that was presented to show 1,000-foot area concern for additional wells or whatever, I don't know where that came from.
One more minute.
You know, so it's unbelievable. It affects more than that. We have the Dakota Aquifer there. We don't know the extent of the Dakota Aquifer. A lot of people don't. It's been studied time and time again. But now they want to fracture part of that aquifer. They say they're only going to go to 100 foot. My residual, my normal static well level at our place is 65 feet. That's 35 foot less than what they're going to go. My well goes down to 160 foot, just prior to where the salt layer was established. I have an unregistered well. Our house was built in 1982. There are many unregistered wells there, not just the 3 or 4 that are shown on what Olson's sent in for their information. I mean, that's just a little bit of it. The reclamation in Nebraska, my understanding is there is no land reclamation law for mining. They suggest
Sir,
that
that is your 5 minutes, so if you just...
That's 5?
Yeah.
That's terrible. Please read my addendum. That's on reclamation. The aquifers will be affected, even though they say they won't.
Thank you.
Jerry? No?
They can't hear you, Sean.
Is there a Jerry Minchow?
There he is.
There it is. Don't hear that one.
It's still afternoon?
Yeah.
Then good afternoon. My name is Jerry Minshaw. I reside at 8181 Davy Road. And if you're listening, you're probably saying, what's with this guy? He doesn't reside within 4 miles of this dirt mine. Answer would be, not yet. My wife and I have a family plot in the cemetery right up the road from this thing. So I say again, Not yet. But I'm 82, so you can do the math. I might be there soon. But wife would hope not. But anyway, a little concerned with the traffic that's going to be going by there, especially since Rizak failed to mention that the church supplying people to the cemetery would be in Davie, which is just down 40th Street. And I have been in funeral processions, pardon my language, too many of them, that come up that road from 40th Street and have to stop the stop sign at Agnew Road. And trust me, looking to the west, that guy didn't say what the view is from there. You cannot see anything coming from the west. And I have seen some close calls in that funeral procession trying to cross that road to the cemetery. And I don't like that. Secondly would be, just personally, the traffic and the noise and the dirt. I know the guy said that they aren't having that many machines operated at any given time, but I know enough about machines and know that any backhoe or any front end loader, every time it dumps, there is dust. And again, they would probably say, yeah, but the prevailing winds shouldn't bring it over there. Well, I was born out there 82 years ago, and like Nebraska, most Nebraska, you cannot count on prevailing winds. So I expect dust, that red stuff, to be on our headstones. And then the noise of the trucks. When I said it's a family plot, I have two. Yes, I'm going to repeat that. 2 sons already in that family plot. So I spend a lot of time there, either in my pickup or maybe a lawn chair if it's warm enough, and just sit. Just to be next to them. So that noise of all those trucks just going to ruin my day. And lots of times I'm not alone out there. There's other people come to visit their family or their relatives or just anybody. And we just sit and listen to the quiet. Well, with this thing going on, there's not going to be quiet anymore. That's about it. Everybody else has covered about everything, especially the water. Yeah, North Lancaster County is tough to find water. We are just waiting for, with the new heat and the new drought and the new everything, that when that water runs out and we're going to turn on a faucet, then it's empty. We already know that. That's going to happen. In the case of the tombstones, you can blow them off, even use a leaf blower, but you can't remove maybe a third of the actual dust. In other words, they'll always look dull unless you take water and do that. Well, we think water is extremely precious out there. And
1 minute remaining.
What?
You have 1
1
minute.
minute.
Okay. So we're not going to go up and wash the tombstones, and doesn't look like Mother Nature is either. So not going to be happy with this thing over there. Again, just personal. Well, no. Besides some of these people, I will speak for the dead in that cemetery. We are not going to be happy. So, and I don't like that. And everything else has about been said many, many times, and I'm glad you stuck it out and listened. So, all I got. Thank you for listening.
Okay, we have 2 people left that signed in, Steve Lind Olson and Jeff Shellpepper.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Lind Olson. I live at 2711 Hallmark Road in Lincoln. And I'm the proud owner of some farmland about a mile northeast of the proposed mine site. And I'm in opposition because I have real concerns about the nature of the proposed mining operation from environmental and safety standpoints. The application indicates that this clay, which is under the topsoil, is what will be excavated and hauled away for processing. According to the application, the depth of the excavating will not be deep enough to disturb the groundwater aquifer. This has all been gone over before, so I'm going to skip over some of this. Somewhere in the documents I saw it mentioned that there aren't many houses in the area. And I don't know how that's defined, but by my count, there's like 10 houses in that section where the project is going to be located. I'm concerned about the runoff from there. You know, if we get a really heavy rainstorm, it's something that you can't always plan for, but it's going to go down a creek that's just across the road north of there, and that eventually drains into the saline wetlands just south of Ceresco. It's less than 2 miles away from the mine site. And a lot of people have invested a lot of their effort and sacrifice and everything to preserve and protect those wetlands. It's pretty uncommon occurrence in nature, and it's a really delicate ecosystem. But like everyone else, or most everyone else, my main concern is from the public safety standpoint. It's a major route to and from Raymond Central Middle and High Schools, and students, some potentially as young as 14, travel that road on a daily basis along with teachers, staff, parents. And then there's extracurricular activities for sporting events and whatnot, so you're going to have people that are coming in from other towns, and they're not going to be familiar with the surroundings. Heavy trucks and traffic of this nature just aren't a good combination in my mind, and it's a disaster waiting to happen. It's also a very busy agricultural area. I help my brother farm in that, and we use Agnew Road all the time. We're out there with slow-moving trucks, tractors, combines, and that intersection at 40th and Agnew Road has been mentioned. You have no good field of view to the west. And when you're in a slow-moving vehicle, you can't get out of the way. At this point, I'm going to interject a personal story which might help you understand why I feel so strongly about this. 65 years ago, my mom lost her husband, and my 2 younger brothers and I, ages 4.5, 3, and 6 months, lost our dad when, through no fault of his own, he was struck while driving a tractor on a highway by an inattentive driver of a large truck. The youngest of us 3 boys now farms within a mile of this proposed mine site. And he has a son who's helping him, and he has 3 young children. His son's brother-in-law also helps, and he just became a father. And I help my brother at harvest time too. We traverse Agnew Road extensively, and my daughter and my son-in-law and 2 daughters all live within a mile of this mine site, and they travel that road on a daily basis.
1 more minute.
So yes, I'm concerned about the safety of my loved ones, but I don't want anyone to have to suffer a loss similar to what my mom, my brothers, and I did long ago. We moved on and lived our lives, but things were never the same. Accidents happen, but I think we have a duty to do whatever is possible to reduce the chances. I urge the commission to decline this application, and thanks for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Okay, Jeff?
I'm Jeff Shellpepper, 3131 Crown Point Road in Lincoln. And I taught agriculture at Raymond Central High School for 33 years. And the dust in my eyes because I just came from the FFA food plot that they raise corn on, and we're combining it. So I do have ties to the community, even though I don't live there right now. All of our natural resources are very important, but groundwater has to be one of the most important. And groundwater aquifers can stretch for miles, even hundreds of miles. I'm concerned that if ash growth mines deep in the aquifer, that it may contaminate or deplete our aquifer. And I don't believe they can guarantee that their mining won't affect that aquifer. I'm also concerned that the runoff, if you look at a topo map, how it drains to the north and would go into the saline wetlands, which is home to many of our species that are endangered. So therefore, I feel it's a bad idea to approve mining in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that is the end of the list of people who had signed up, but just to make sure, is there anyone else here who wishes to testify in opposition before we continue?
Hi, my name is Jason Eden, and I live at 4770 Agnew Road. Sorry if I don't know if I did this right.
It takes just a minute.
Okay. Oh, you didn't even start my time. You're so kind. You can tell I'm a little nervous. So obviously the mine is highlighted. Let's see here. Is this upside down? No, that's right. And yeah, the mine is highlighted here, or the proposed location. Let's hope it's just proposed. I live just right here. Highway 77 is right here. There's that dangerous intersection, Highway 77 and Agnew Road, that so many people have been speaking about. So yeah, we bought a 40-acre parcel there about 5 years ago. It's about a half mile west of Highway 77 and about a mile east of the proposed large-scale dirt mine. We turn on this road every day, multiple times a day. I have a wife and 3 kids, 8, 6, and 4. I went to Raymond Central growing up. My kids go to Raymond Central. I know they'll be traveling on this road often. I just want to say thank you to all my neighbors here and everyone that's shared so far in opposition. I think you can agree there's been a lot of good points and valid points made. I'll do my best to briefly share my concerns, many of which have already been stated. So water, our well is only 50 feet deep to the top of the water, and the bottom of our well is 95 feet deep, obviously well within the excavation range. Sound, this is a quiet community. Sound travels far. It easily can hear the beeping sound at my house. I have no doubt about it. And I feel for people even closer. So many unanswered questions, no prior public meeting, very little notice during busy harvest period. Very unusual. I think, Tracy, you maybe did a nice job mentioning that or something, but you know, the extent, so basically so long, 30 to 40 years, so much, 13 million tons, so deep. This is not a hill. This is a relatively flat farm. It kind of currently inclines as you go from north to south. And they're obviously talking about reversing that. It sounds like 60 feet deep on the north end to then up to maybe 100 feet on the south end. And my question is, I don't quite understand how all this excavation can result in a 14-acre pond that looks to be roughly 75 feet deep per the drawing at the end of the day. And so are they hauling in extra material? Truck traffic, obviously that, quite honestly, that's probably one of my greatest concerns, being that, you know, my wife, my kids, school buses, everyone's traveling up and down this road. The stated amount, I think, by the traffic county traffic engineer, I think it was Larry, 16,000 trips per year. I think that's at 200,000, the initial rate. So I think that would double to 32,000 trips per year at the 400,000 ton per year rate. That's assuming 25 tons per truck at 250 days in a year, assuming, 5 days a week, 50 weeks. That's 128 trips per day. At 10 hours a day, that's 13 trucks per hour. That's one truck every 5 minutes or less. I think maybe actually this was you, Tracy, and I appreciate you speaking up early, is, so many unanswered questions. Will those trucks be spread out and arrive and leave at equal intervals like clockwork, or will they come in bunches or in combos? The previous mentioned rates, obviously I was just given, assume a nice even distribution over the year and every year, but as it was stated, there'll be inclement weather, there'll be days they can't produce. Reality is it'll be concentrated, which I think only exasperates the challenges at the intersection and for dangerous roadway travel. It's been pretty much stated clearly that I think it'll destroy the road. Obviously, road building is not cheap. I know what it costs just to put rock down on a driveway. And teenage drivers just learning to drive, senior citizens, slow-moving farm equipment, school buses, and the Highway 77 intersection. There's bridges just to the south of that intersection on Highway 77 that do make it very challenging. That turn lane, so if they're coming from Louisville, Highway 77 north, getting ready to turn onto Agnew Road, and I realize I got a minute, is not very wide. There was recently an accident there, I think within the last year, where I think a car failed to get over enough. And so I can only imagine truck and pups trying to get in there, or side dumpers. One death is too many. Thank you everyone for listening. I don't envy your jobs, but thank you for your time and what you do. Please vote no.
Thank you. Yep, come forward.
My name is Roger Yatek. I live at 4949 Little Salt Road with my wife Cindy. I didn't prepare any statements, and I'm not as eloquent a speaker as many of my neighbors, so forgive me. But we bought our property about three and a half years ago. We border the opposite side of our road. Our property is the Jackson Wildlife Management Area. We have the west side of us is now Pheasants Forever land. We have a little over 9 acres of pure virgin prairie that's never been turned, and there's all kinds of rare plants out there. Game and Parks has been out there and was amazed at some of the flora, or whatever you call the plant life out there. A lot of my concerns have been reflected from my neighbors. Kids on the road, they don't make good choices. I got 4 boys. I've had to drag them out of a lot of wrecks and everything else. I understand that. All those trucks really concern me with younger drivers. The repair of the roads and the taxes that'll take. I mean, everybody in this, this state understands what taxes are, and it's just, it's really tough on a lot of people. The noise carries. We can see the area that'll be mine from our deck on the house that we just built. We'll be able to hear that. I love hearing the harvesting going on, because those people are working hard and they're giving life to everybody else by feeding them. And that happens a couple times a year. This would be ongoing for everybody that lives around there. The big thing is the water contamination. There's a spring that's been pointed out on that property. As was just mentioned, a lot of the water flows to the north. We see it flow through into the Jackson Wildlife Area and through the Pheasants Forever land. There's the creek that goes through there. We can see how that land is affected by the drought, by a lot of the other factors that go on whenever it rains really hard. I think, like I was mentioned, it doesn't rain too often lately, but water will go over that land, over the drive, the Little Salt Road, and cover that where it's almost impassable sometimes. And then other times it'll dry up. But I invite you all to go out there and see the diverse wildlife and all the rare stuff that's out there. There's so many animals, and everything living out there, it's just would be affected by this. And especially if they get silt or anything else flowing into that wetlands, it's going to take out a lot of the wildlife that's there. Lastly, my folks back in the 80s built their last home that they hope to live in just north of where the current city dump is now, and is reflected by these young folks here and things. They live right next to that. They're going to lose their property value. It's going to tank if this goes in. My folks lost a couple $100,000. They had to get rid of they had 40 acres of land. They lost that and had to move. And then that kind of put them in kind of a motion where they kind of bounced around until they found something they could live in for a while. I just urge you to vote no on this. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? All right, so just to give everybody, oh, yep, go ahead.
My name is Rob French. I live at 23120 North 27th Street, 1.5 miles north of the proposed site. It's been a while since I've been in civics, so I'm going to read this part. That our founding fathers thought to be important. And first, I want to thank you all, because I've been sitting here the whole time watching you, and for your attentiveness in listening to all this testimony, which, of course, from my standpoint is overwhelming. But regardless of the outcome, I know you were paying attention, and that's brings some sort of consolation regardless. And now my phone locked again, so here we go. All right. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We also live in a land where the rights of the few are not negated by the many. Which brings us to those who live around there. Try to imagine hearing that dawn to dusk almost every day of the year, and how that affects your life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. I have a confession. I am a transplant. I have been here 37 years. I've drunk the Kool-Aid. I've raised 4 successful children in Nebraska. Why? Because once I moved here, I knew this is where you should raise 4 children. I have a doctor researching Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. I have an executive at social services at a social services nonprofit in Lincoln. I'm a journalist at a major Nebraska newspaper and a wildlife biologist. All because of our way of life here and our way of life out there. I also had a chance to return to my roots. Not the 1,200 acres I grew up on, but 30, where we raise beef, sheep, and produce for food and profit. 30 acres where we pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. 30 acres that encapsulates almost all of our retirement. We don't have a big government pension like many people here. What you earned with your hands and with your land is what you have to live on when you can't work that land and use your hands anymore. 30 acres in one of the last havens in the United States where you can still do a deal with a handshake. You can always count on a neighbor for help and always get a good big red when you give one. You have a chance to do the right thing here. I hope you do it today. After I was so appreciative after the NDR guy was talking, and you're like, what are we doing here? What's been proposed and the timing, if not outright nefarious, is ill-timed at best. Please do the right thing. Please say no. Thank you.
So just to give everybody kind of an overview of what happens, we will now have an opportunity the commission will ask staff questions. The applicant will have an opportunity for rebuttal, and then we'll take action from there. So I just want to give you guys an idea of what's coming up. So staff questions. A time frame?
Takes as long as it takes.
Depends, it takes as long as it takes for us to ask questions and for them to answer them before we do it, so. Questions for Tom? Yes.
This commission recently denied someone the ability to park and run a tour bus off their property because it was putting industrial into an ag zone. How is this different?
The tour bus company that was storing buses that they used for renting out and went out and picked people up were also storing them there and working on them. It was zoned AG, and per zoning, which that is not an allowed use under the zoning code. This has came up many times before in talking with different uses about what you want to call it, commercial, industrial, etc. But under the county zoning code, under agricultural district, there are other uses that are allowed by either special permit or conditional permit. So this happens to be one of those that is listed under the special permit section of the zoning code. So that's what allows them to submit an application for it. No different than wind turbines or solar energy or confined feeding animal facilities.
Additional questions for staff at this time? Okay, thanks. Applicant rebuttal.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I know it's late. Thank you.
You need to
The
get the
ladder.
mic. You can lift it up so then everybody can hear you. Thank you.
Better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank everyone for your time today, and I really thank everyone here for your thoughtful comments. A lot of great things were brought up. I think at this point we would appreciate the opportunity to have some time for a community meeting with stakeholders, and I would respectfully request that we defer decision on this until the first meeting of January to give us adequate time to address concerns brought. In particular, groundwater, there's a lot of concern around that, and I think we need to adequately answer that, among other things.
Okay, thank you for that. Just wait just a second, though. Do people have questions that they would like to have answered?
Just one. How many average trucks, I've heard a lot of numbers thrown around, how many average trucks do you expect to go on Agnew Road per day?
I believe it's 20 to 30 initially, and then later that number doubles.
Double it when you
James, is
double
that
the
right?
size?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. I just heard a lot of numbers on guesstimating.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I would move that we close the public hearing.
Second, Edgerton.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Steve Hendrickson with the Planning Department. So I think what the applicant is suggesting is to continue the public hearing until January 3rd, because they at that time may have additional information that they want to present, as well as staff may have additional information as well. So my thought, unless John Ward has anything different, is that it would make sense to actually, rather than close the public hearing, which is the normal procedure on these items. Now, if you're intending to take action, approval, or deny it, then you would certainly want to close the public hearing before you decide to take that action. But I just wanted to throw that out in terms of if you're considering delaying it, then we would recommend you delay it with the public hearing kept open. Sorry if I interrupted the process, but I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
I want to move to close the public hearing.
Second, Edgerton.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Edgerton,
Yes.
Fight,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Public hearing closed.
And I would move that we deny special permit 23035.
Second, Edgerton.
Discussion?
Yeah, I will. We've heard a lot of testimony from a lot of people, and we've had several other things brought up in this same area in the previous year or two. I think this is kind of an area that's very sensitive to some of these changes that have been proposed. Not only from the school standpoint, the acreages that are all around that area, some of the ideas that had come forward for the area. And I just don't think this is an appropriate thing to be held on this piece of ground. And there's got to be other places Dakota clay can be found. So I will be voting to deny this special permit.
I concur with Dick. I think that this is a foolhardy it's a foolhardy endeavor insofar as eloquently pointed out by so many individuals. There are many, many different kinds of concerns being raised by a diverse array of constituencies. And frankly, to the point of I believe it was Ms. Larson, where's my benefits? The cost-benefit ratio does not justify this particular endeavor. So I, too, will be voting no.
I would like to speak on this for just a moment. The reason this commission exists is because we are always balancing something. We're balancing the rights of property owners with the neighborhood and with what is best for our communities. And that's why we have zoning laws. It's why we have the special permitting process. It's been made clear this is very different than a typical excavation permit that we have seen before in this county, and for lots of different reasons. I absolutely appreciate the broader goals of operating more efficiently and the opportunities that that means for our communities that frankly need concrete, that we need cement. That being said, this using clay from this area with these unknowns and these risks with regard to traffic, with regard to water, with regard to the aquifer, the extensiveness of the project, and the location of the schools, it just, those other projects where there have been excavation sites are for the benefit of our community. There are too many unknowns and too many safety concerns, and I will vote to deny this permit.
Additional comments?
Sure. I'll add some too. I completely agree with my fellow commissioners. As a new planning commissioner, it made clear to me about comprehensive plans and really trying to think about our communities and our cities and their growth and their economic viability. And so I see a lot of people out here that this just doesn't fit. This is supposed to be agriculture or residential, and it's supposed to be for the growth of Lancaster County or Davie or Raymond, but it's definitely for families, it's for agriculture, and it's to bring economic growth to the cities and Lincoln and the cities around the county. So that's why I'm going to say denial.
I just want to thank everyone for their time today and appreciate all of the passion brought forward. So.
And the many letters.
And the many letters, and I do want people to know we do read.
Every one of them.
Yeah.
All of them, even if I got home really late last night.
Shelley?
Campbell?
Yes.
Cruz?
Yes.
Wait,
We are
We're
voting to
deny.
Just to clarify, the motion at this point is to deny the special permit.
So he's voting in favor of the denial.
Okay, so I have Cruz and Campbell. Edens?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Fight?
Yes.
Rodenberg?
Yes.
Ryman Yost?
Yes.
Motion passed 8-0 for denial.
You did it all.
Go home and hug your kids.
All right, we're moving on to another agenda item. So we need you to kind of keep it quiet because we do have another significant agenda item yet to come. So
Take your party to a local restaurant. We could use some money.
Tico's.
Any of the local haunts.
That sounds good.
Right. Mexican food.
Thank you to each of you. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're ready to move forward now to item 5.1, street and alley vacation 23005, to vacate a portion of the South First Street right-of-way between Pioneers Boulevard and Old Cheney Road, adjacent to property generally located at South First Street and Pioneers Boulevard. Are there any ex parte communications to be disclosed on this application?
No.
Are there any ex parte communications that took place or additional information you learned while visiting any of this site to be disclosed?
No.
Good afternoon, Abby Luttrell from the City Law Department. This is a street vacation, South First Street and West Pioneers Boulevard. I don't know if it's up there. You can see Pioneers Boulevard is up here. To the south is Old Cheney. And property owners are, this is Wilderness Crossing LLC, which is the applicant. All the way around here is Wilderness Park, which is owned by the county. Just for your information, the plan for this vacated street once it's vacated is to sell this portion to the city of Lincoln. Actually, it's a little bit of an odd situation because City Parks and Recreation maintains Wilderness Crossing, and I think the parties, or the city and the county, anticipate someday it will come into city ownership.
Wilderness Park.
Wilderness Park, right.
So the entire street and alley vacation would be part of the park?
No.
To the south?
To the south.
On the southern side?
Excuse me, to the east. East. Yes.
The southern part of the vacation, though?
No, the eastern part of the vacation.
The eastern part, got it, okay, got it.
So the reason for the vacation, you might recall, last spring, you considered, this is the Wilderness Crossing CUP, and I have a better image, but this is the actual CUP approved in May-ish of 2022. And the intent is to relocate First Street, which is right here. So where First Street now exists down here, the intent is to move it to the west a little bit. So it will be vacated, rededicated on the first final plat of Wilderness Crossing LLC. This is a little bit better image of just kind of that street part isolated. Right here, this is the one property we did not talk about. We call this the Danker property. And her property, Ms. Danker's property, will be impacted by this street vacation because she takes access to First Street. The applicant, attorney and engineer are here, and they can talk to you more about possible plans to get her access to the new First Street. And there have been discussions with Ms. Danker and her legal counsel, who I believe are also here. So pretty straightforward, but just wanted to present that, and I can take any questions you have. Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning Commission. Danae Kelkowski, 1128 Lincoln Mall, Suite 105, here today on behalf of the applicant, Wilderness Crossing LLC, and
Mike Eckert with Civil Design Group, 8535 Executive Woods Drive, Suite 200 here in Lincoln.
Mike and I thought we'd just both do our little presentation, be available for questions that you might have. So, as Abby mentioned, back in May of last year, the City Council approved a comprehensive plan amendment, an annexation agreement, and a change of zone for the Wilderness Crossing PUD for the development of Wilderness Crossing. There was robust testimony at both Planning Commission and City Council on this project about the impact that this development might have on Wilderness Park and on the Danker property and a sweat lodge that operates on the Danker property. And as part of the negotiations with staff and the City Council, Wilderness Crossing agreed to certain design features within the development to try to mitigate or minimize some of the impacts, showing a sensitivity to the location near, Wilderness Park. One really important design element at the time was the relocation of South First Street, and so that it comes off from being directly adjacent with traffic, directly adjacent to the park and the Danker property, traffic that would be increased due to the development, and moves it to the west internal to the development. That was a large part of the conversation back at the time. So this reduces the impact of traffic and lighting by moving it further to the west. In fact, in the annexation agreement, I'm pointing you to paragraph F, there was very specific language in the annexation agreement that said basically Wilderness Crossing would agree to dedicate all of the right-of-way for the new relocated First Street, and the city would agree to vacate South First Street from Pioneers Boulevard to the southern end of the development as it's shown in the PUD. So it's written in the annexation agreement, it's shown with notes and with the design that was on the PUD. And as part of that, the city agreed they would deed the west approximately 67 feet of the vacated right-of-way to the developer in exchange for the developer's dedication of the new right-of-way. The annexation agreement also had language that as part of this vacation, Wilderness Crossing would need to provide a relocated or extended driveway so that Ms. Danker's property would have access from the newly relocated First Street to her property. In addition to basically moving the First Street to the west, the developer also agreed to place a 10-foot outlot along the furthest east property line, plant that to native grasses, put a fence on there to provide further screening and a little more separation from what would be the back of lots and the parkland. They also committed to grading and seeding the 33 feet of right-of-way that would be the part we don't utilize, but to the east, and put that in native vegetation and maintain that as additional buffer area. Since the vacation request was made, and I think there's been a few deferrals, so we've had additional time to work on this project. Mike and I and city staff have had the opportunity to meet with Ken Winston and Kathleen Danker about the driveway access to her property, and we've been able to provide a couple options. I'm going to let Mike maybe go over some maps for you, and just so you're really clear on the vacation of the right-of-way, what's going where, and then maybe to talk a little bit more about the proposals that have been made to Ms. Danker. And then they're obviously here to testify about where they're at on those proposals, but you'll at least know the proposals that we have in front of her on how to deal with the driveway access. Okay, I'll let Mike.
Thanks, Danae. So I'm going to put up this picture. I'm going to try to keep north up, even though the sheet I have is not situated necessarily for that. And I'll speak loudly, which isn't a problem for me. So this is, colors mean a lot. And so, Commissioner Egerton, for your questions, so the green is the part that is, and that the right-of-way here is not equal. There's 33 foot from the section line that was on the county side. There's 67 foot that was on the Wilderness Crossing LLC side. So the green portion is the portion that goes to the park, north and south of the Danker property. The blue part is the part that goes to Wilderness in exchange for relocating moving First Street further away. As Danae said, this was a discussion we had years and years ago about how to do this. There was no money in the CIP for First Street. It's not a arterial, it's not a minor arterial, it's not a collector, it's a residential street, essentially. It just happens to be a section mile road that was in the county. So we all determined it was approved, as Danae said, to move this street. So then the yellow portion here is outside of the vacation request today, as we have submitted it, because city staff and us felt it was important that the Danker proper continue to have access. In the PUD, we showed us a 60-foot area there that could be a future street if that property was ever developed, but that there was going to be a right-of-way connection to her, and this is the logical place to do it if it was ever developed. That will be her choice. So, and then the magenta part here is when we plat the right-of-way for First Street, we'll plat additional right-of-way in the magenta area and connect that. So then as we progress, though, in discussions, we came up with kind of two options, and I'm going to see if I can fit these on the screen at the same time almost. Maybe not so much, but it'll give you a better idea. The first option was what I showed you, is that this area right here, that we maintain that as public right-of-way. And when we plat First Street, we plat the rest of the right-of-way. And this is public right-of-way, and her lot stays as is, and we connect a driveway at our expense. But as we progressed more and listened to some of their desires, we came up with this option, which would be to vacate her right-of-way here and vacate this right-of-way. We'd vacate our right-of-way, we'd plat new one, and she would own this entire lot. Has some advantages.
Well, we would transfer that. We would
Yes.
vacate it, we would vacate the west 67 feet, add on developer property, and then transfer that entire 60-foot strip to Ms. Danker, so it could be platted as part of her lot, along with the vacated right-of-way on the east side.
Yes, safety. Well, and it's important because the vacation on our side will go to us. But so Danae's been working on an agreement with all those details, and then this is the latest of kind of where we're at in that, well, for example, this exhibit also shows where this fence is. You can kind of see the posts there. I can probably zoom in on this a little bit. The quasi posts for the fence, the 10-foot outlot that we're going to take back to native species after we remove the rock of what is First Street today. And we worked with her on a driveway. She wanted an area for a turnaround if cars coming in and cars going out. And then agreed to put fencing along these lots, take fencing over to the driveway, take fencing here. So it's kind of a private area. It's her lot, her land. She can do what she wants. But that way, and then we've worked out most of the engineering details. You know, we want to keep her culvert in place here so that drainage continues to flow in the ditch section. We won't have to get into her ditch section. We'll remove the gravel on the top of the slope now, and her ditch section will stay. So I don't believe there's going to be any hydrology issues, but we'll continue to work those out. So as we progress through this, there's a lot of mechanics about, because we can't vacate this street until we have the new plat done, and we won't do the new plat until we have the road built, because it's not just her, it's everybody who uses South First Street that's going to have to go on the new route. So basically, I think we're on about a 2 or 3 month process here of working this out, and we're getting close.
Right. So there's maybe just a couple things I'd kind of summarize to bring back around. So the vacation obviously was contemplated as part of the overall project, right? And so this is the next step. So really what we're kind of at right now is requesting the vacation, but we're working with Ms. Danker to try to work through the details of the driveway connection. So at this point, we've gone beyond just offering to make a driveway connection and keep everything in front of her in right-of-way. This latest offer basically, you know, she's able to add that right-of-way to her property. She's able to gain this 60-foot strip. What that allows her to do, basically we put the driveway in, but she controls that. That becomes private property. So people can park in there. She controls how that gets utilized, people coming in and out of her site, right? Versus on the other option that just provides the driveway, which still meets the necessary requirements or providing her access, she wouldn't have as much control. We have no preference either way, right? It's really up to Ms. Danker which she prefers and which route she would want to go. I think what we're really just trying to demonstrate to you today is there's really a couple good options that work and provide good access to, to her lot. So
I would reiterate that. So essentially what's before you today is vacating the blue area. Okay, we want to move forward with our vacation. We've been working on this for several months. We're at the point we're installing utilities. We'll get paving in next spring. This will go to council and it will sit there until we get the paving done, until the road's in, everything. But I want to make it clear that the legal descriptions in this petition to vacate is the blue area. And I think why Danae and I wanted to walk through this is then we're going to leave it up to Ms. Danker if she wants to vacate the yellow, and we have volunteered to replat her lot because her lot would actually change. Or if she doesn't want to, and it'll just be public right away. Either choice she makes, her address stays the same. So all those things work out good. But if she does decide to vacate the right of way on her side, then we would co-apply for the little yellow area on our side to also vacate that at that time. But we've given her the two options, and we'll let her decide what she wants to do in time, but we're ready for our vacation to move forward.
And we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah.
Replatting and surveys cost money. Is this going to be?
We've agreed to
Yep, the
pay
agreement
for,
that we've provided to her is that all of this is developer cost. Developer builds the driveway, developer builds the fence, developer
and the
does
driveway.
the replatting.
We have agreed to do the driveway in concrete, 13-foot wide with a turnaround. It's all going to have to be hand poured. Won't be cheap, but we are offering all that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, we'll take testimony in support of this application. Any testimony, neutral position?
And I think that's from the previous
Okay.
group. Way before, yeah. It's been sitting there for quite a while.
I think it was one of the lawyers.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I just trying to look after
Maybe your
people.
face.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Ken Winston. My address is 1327 8th Street, Suite 300. I'm appearing on behalf of Kathleen Danker. She's also planning to testify. Ms. Danker is the owner of property located at 4700 South First Street. And I guess I need to say for the record that we would actually prefer that the development not happen at all, but as far as, it's been approved by City Council. There's a lot of soil that's been moved already. That outcome appears very unlikely. So it's, since development does appear likely, wanted to provide a response, and we do appreciate the fact that we've had an opportunity to have conversations both with the city and with the developer. Ms. Danker is generally in agreement with the proposal that by which she would receive ownership of the property. She believes that that's beneficial to her and her tenants, and also the people who use her property for ceremonial purposes. She recognizes there's additional responsibilities in ownership, but it would, as I said, provide some benefits that she would like to make use of. However, she's unwilling to sign off on this proposal at this time for the following reasons. First of all, she hasn't had an opportunity to review all the documents, and so it's not, well, she's unable to do that. In addition, I guess I need to indicate that I do not practice law in this particular area, and so any questions that she has, I have to refer them to other counsel who have expertise in this area. But the most important reason is the fact that there are Native people who have interest in the outcome of this action, and they've not been included in the settlement negotiations regarding the vacation of First Street. So we did request that they could be included, and that request was denied. There are currently settlement negotiations ongoing between the city and regarding a legal appeal, which includes both Ms. Danker and Indigenous people. We've asked that the issues related to vacating First Street be included in those conversations. So I realize this may be kind of complicated, and it is complicating things here slightly, but we'd like to have everything resolved in one fell swoop, so it isn't a matter of her signing off on something and the other issues being left hanging. We'd like to see everything wrapped up in one bundle, if at all possible. And we believe that we're making progress in our conversations with the city, and we also are interested in continuing conversations with the developer. And I also want to just indicate that Ms. Danker has a long history of supporting Native people and Native rights. She's spoken up on their behalf. Her property has hosted a ceremonial site for decades, and then she's taken the risk of filing and joining litigation in support of the Native people in this matter. And I guess I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up the fact that we have a long history of broken treaties and mistreating Native people in this country and disregarding their interests and ignoring their legal and moral and spiritual interests. And I think we ought to be commending people who say, I'm going to stand with them. And that's what Ms. Danker's doing. She's saying, I'm going to stand with them. I'm going to stand with the Native people in this instance. And you know, if that means that things don't work out exactly the way that she would like them to be, she's going to take that risk at this time. One of the other things, she's also supportive of protecting the environmental concerns, particularly Wilderness Park and its unique environmental features. And then one of the things that I wanted to mention, one of the interests which is unresolved, is related to the vacation, related to the vacation of the street, is the creation of a buffer zone between her property and Wilderness Park and the development. She supports whatever efforts can be made to create a buffer, including supporting efforts to work with public and private entities and the Parks Foundation to obtain funds to purchase land for an indigenous-themed natural area. The Comprehensive Plan and the Climate Action Plan both contemplate creation of such buffers. See the Policy 19, Action Steps number 3 and 19, and also the Lincoln Climate Action Plan items 99 and 105. For these reasons, we would ask that the Planning Commission table this matter to allow Ms. Danker and other parties to continue to work to resolve the issues in this matter. And I could quote the provisions of the, well, it looks like I'm about out of time, so I won't try to do that. But I would encourage you to look up the provisions of the Comprehensive Plan and the Climate Action Plan. So with that, I'd be glad to respond to questions. And Ms. Danker also intends to follow me with some comments of her own.
Questions for Mr. Winston? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Additional neutral testimony?
Hello, I am Kathleen Danker. I own the property at 4700 South First Street in Lincoln, Nebraska, that's sometimes called the Flying Fish Farm or the Fish Farm, depending. And I actually live in Brookings, South Dakota at 711 7th Avenue, where I, some years ago now, I got a job teaching at South Dakota State University, and now I'm a retired emerita professor. I want to start with saying that I do appreciate the opportunity to speak here, and I appreciate the efforts of the development people to come up with the two different options, and I do see the advantages of the option where the land is transferred to me. But I wanted to talk just a little bit about the importance of the sweat lodge on my property that probably most people have no idea about. One of the aspects of this is that since the 1880s, Native American people were denied religious freedom in this country. And there was a little bit of religious freedom returned in the 1960s, but the major act making it once more legal to take part in ceremonies, such as the ceremonies that have on the fish farm, was passed in 1978. And that's about when the ceremonies, the sweat lodge ceremonies began on our property. And that makes my property, possibly the first place in Nebraska outside of a reservation area where the freedom to have these ceremonies was resumed, maybe we can say. And this makes the place kind of important. Another thing about sweat ceremonies that I think people don't understand is how beneficial they are to the Native communities. It's one of the major means that people who are suffering from alcoholic or drug dependency use to break that dependency and to get away from it. And I think of that as something that's beneficial not only to the Native American community, but to all of us. In terms of the two alternative positions, as I said, I appreciate that. One of the things that when the land is given to me, it does is it makes me responsible for the maintenance of that roadway that comes to my house. According to the other plan, the road and the surface of the road and the property around it remains property of the city. And one of the problems with that from the beginning was the idea that the city wouldn't have any responsibility for maintaining it, even though it was city property, that responsibility would go to a homeowners association that supposedly would be developed in the development. And I've always thought that was very problematic.
One more minute.
That the homeowners would get together and decide, because they're a democratic thing always, they just, after a while, they'd vote, oh, we don't want to do this anymore, you know. So it seemed to me a way of not providing me access after the road was vacated, that I'd be given this access that then wouldn't be taken care of. And so that's a problem that if the other plan doesn't go through, I would like something to be done about that. It seemed obvious to me that the city should be have maintenance of that land, of the new driveway or whatever you want to call it, road to my house. But as Ken said, my inclination, of course, is to take the other plan, the plan where the land would be given back to me. But I do want to do that in conjunction with other interested parties, including the Nikiste Prayer Camp people and the Friends of Wilderness Park. And they have issues that they're interested. How much time do I have?
Time is up.
Oh, my time is up. Because I'm concerned too about some of the things they are having to do with buffer across from the park, runoff, and as far as I know, they've sent a proposal to the city, and I'd like to do that in conjunction, as Ken said. So, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Any other neutral testimony?
Good afternoon, Council. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting all of you one-on-one, but I hope to, and I consider you friends and neighbors. Glad you're here and patient. I'm Clint Densberger. I live at 2735 Garfield Street, and I'm the current president of the Board of Friends of Wilderness Park, but I'm speaking today on my own behalf. And, you know, I guess I vacillate between how I feel. There's new information presented as I sat here a moment ago, and so neutral is a tentative position right now, pending lots of varying circumstances. If First Street were to be vacated and some prerequisites were taken care of, that took care of Katie Danker and made sure she had room for parking, as she currently does, for her spiritual ceremonies that take place, that would be adequate. It seems to me that she has that currently, that any imposition beyond her not being able to do that is somebody else's obligation, not hers. Likewise, the same with the greenways, Parks and Rec building maintenance, where they sometimes bring in semis, and should a semi be forced to block traffic and hold up the neighborhood because it can't make the 90-degree turn into its little driveway. That's another detail that I think needs to be worked out. And last but not least, I think getting into the bigger environmental picture of basically all the lots on the east side of the proposed vacated First Street would be a significant buffer that I think, just as the city's using, what is that, code 14.2, municipal code, to make purchase of some of the land of the right-of-way from the developer. I think the same could be done here with that section of land, either through that code or to have that section of land set aside as a conservation easement and an industrial buffer to ensure that the noise pollution, the carbon sequestration is taken care of, native species are utilized, the runoff is not an issue at all. And as it's mentioned in the comprehensive plan, the idea of taking care of, as we develop the city, taking care of the adjacent properties and making sure that we increase the greenways. If this plan were to be followed, I think with making accommodations for that extra land, I think it would also check off the boxes for most of the mayor's climate action plan, which speaks to the preservation and continuing conservation of significant cultural and historical sites, as well as contemporary ones. And as we know, this is a current and contemporary site, significantly important to the Native community here. I short on time, but I just want to say that I was really moved when I went to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania as a kid, and it got me to thinking about a lot of things. And Mr. Lincoln had a way to discuss the consecration of the land of the battlefield in a way that was probably more eloquent than any speaker has been able to do so, as far as I can tell. And he asked that, he suggested that we consecrate the land where so many people had died, because those that had died in gaining or defending
One more minute.
what they had done so was a measure greater than anything else that we, the living, could do so, to honor that ground beyond the measure of their own lives. And I think there's honestly a similar sentiment and reverence for the sanctity and the sacredness of land to this section of land that is in question for the Nesquite Prayer Camp, for Katie Danker. There's a history there that cannot be codified, that no amount of legalese and ink in our local zoning codes can justify and qualify and monetize. And I think we owe it to our forebears to honor and respect that sacred ground as they continue to do so in order to restore and make whole their lives today after having been forced to and being actually prosecuted for having done so for so many decades. And I think we need to honor that.
That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're still doing neutral testimony, just as long as we got everybody. Okay. I didn't know if we had a separate sign.
Afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Dylan Lanowski, and I'm here generally in opposition of this development, but I'm here to speak on a neutral standpoint because, as my friend back there says, it's complicated. I just wanted to read my statement here and make a few remarks. My family settled and farmed near the Middle Loop River, now in Sherman County, over 100 years ago. Lanowski, Schwaderer were my mom and dad's names, Small John and Waskowiak. Land formerly lived and peopled by the Pawnee, Lakota, and Ponca. For the second year, Lincoln welcomed home the Oto-Missouri people. September 21st marked the relinquishment of their land to the U.S. government. This event is another small step in rebuilding a relationship with Lincoln's original land stewards. The Oto-Missouri were, for all intents and purposes, forced to move their lives and cultural remnants to Oklahoma. Much of their history was lost through introduced disease and forced cultural assimilation. We must remember that. It is something in our collective history that, if confronted with this situation today, you will agree we would not be handled the same way. At least I hope that we would not repeat that shameful history of eradicating a long cultural heritage in exchange for land grabs and profits. It is a dark spot in America's past and sometimes present that needs attention, care, and healing. As a government body that works heavily on how we go forward in this community to plan an environment that takes into account all our futures, I suggest that we do not leave out the voice of the indigenous community who were here stewarding this land long before this city was platted. I would suggest that, in fact, we listen to them more than ever about what relationship means. This includes relationship to ceremony and environmental stewardship. Land is not just a commodity to be reshaped as we see fit. It is easy to think that a few acres are not important in the larger picture, but to many it means everything. There are important relationships not only between people, but also between the earth, the sky, the water, and all living things. At the end of the day, those are the relationships we truly value the most. They give us complete sustenance. They freely give us our lives. I respectfully asked our friends in the development and real estate communities to really take a look at what future there can be for a parcel of land besides pure profitability and short-sighted progress. I ask that you prioritize considerations of comprehensive plan elements that protect our shared natural resources and build community. I ask you, commissioners, to be more mindful of these things and hold developers accountable. There are instances of sloppy design and execution that puts our quality of life and our environment at risk. I have seen it firsthand this summer, where parts of Salt Creek were polluted by heavy sediment running in from Wilderness Crossing. Wilderness Crossing, LLC, Shanahan Construction. This is a direct result of hasty inattentiveness and neglect of the SWIP protocols, the stormwater protection protocols. Water, sediment and water was freely flowing into the park, pooling in the park, and all of the There was a lack of any flood control measures put in place as a hedged bet that it wouldn't rain. But it did. Of course it rained. And all those things washed away. Beyond that, trash from the development blows into neighboring areas. And then from that trash, I found out that the cover crop that was planted to reduce erosion is comprised of aggressive, non-native species that threaten prairie restoration work being done in Wilderness Park directly across the road.
That's time.
Time and time again, our hearts have been broken. Developers should be rewarded for incorporating more a proactive and holistic approach to and being held accountable for not doing so. Many of these problems occur by rushing the process and bad design, vetting, and execution. We should strive for quality over quantity. We can use tools such as environmental impact studies to identify sensitive areas and be more attentive to local objections.
Okay, you're over your 5 minutes.
This is your opportunity to help the Native people. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm the one who wrote It's Complicated, so that's why I'm speaking now. How long does it take?
Go. State your name and address, please.
Emily Levine, 724 South 18th. Hey, Dick. How do I enlarge? Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay. By now that map should be familiar. I guess I'd start by saying that this piece of land that y'all voted to destroy last time, I was intimately connected with for 30 years, and it meant my heart. I knew it inside and out, and I'm devastated, but we're where we're at, so we have to mitigate the worst of this nightmare. I've spoken before the city council a few times, but I've never spoken to you before. What I wanted to point out on the map in terms of vacating First Street is that it will bring the development twice as close as it had been because of the whatever fluke historically when they made this section road and 67 feet went to the west and 33 feet went to the east. So that 67 feet now goes to Wilderness Crossing LLC. They get that 67 feet. And there's like a feeling of they're being generous to give 10 feet as a buffer. So that brings us to 44 feet, the 33 feet plus the 10 feet, when it was 100 feet. So we're cut by more than half. This used to be what the buffer was. And now, see that little bit of orange? That's the 10 feet they're giving us and calling a buffer, which I just find offensive. It's been stated before by members of the city council, by people talking here, that this east row of houses needs to go. That should be added to the buffer, and that would make it a little more amenable. But, you know, it's not a buffer anyway. All of that should be planted, and I don't have a whole lot of faith in that being done correctly. I've been a landscaper most of my life. I don't know what they plan to plant or how they plan to plant or how they plan to get it established, where the water's going to come from to get it established. Where is that going to come from? Who's going to keep it established? Who's going to keep it maintained? That's not really, really clear. And I think you need to put in whatever covenant or rules y'all make. There can be no broadleaf spraying of these new native areas in the spring. That will be devastating. We know 2,4-D anti-camba, which is sprayed in the spring agriculturally, does not just drift on water droplets, it volatilizes. That means it goes into the atmosphere and is just loose in the air. It'll be devastating to those bur oaks in the park. And I hung out in Wilderness Park before it was Wilderness Park. That's how much I love that place.
One more minute.
One more minute. Think about what you're doing here. Think about those Comp 2050 plans. Are all those plans you have directives, or are they aspirational? Because none of this follows those plans. Where's the park? There's supposed to be a playground neighborhood park to make a complete neighborhood. Here's this isolated neighborhood. No kid can get on a bike and ride anywhere. They need a park. Where is it? This developer needs to give up the east row of houses, needs to put a park in, a real park. I'm out of time. Please do the right thing. Try to rectify the wrong you did in your last vote. Questions? I said it's complicated, and I didn't sign up for against because whatever KD and the folks at the fish farm and the indigenous people who I've also supported as an active ally for 50 years, what they want is what I want. More land for the right stuff.
All right, if there is no more neutral testimony, we will begin testimony in opposition. Do we have do we want to go in the order with the sign-up sheet, or have we?
I can do that. I have Scout Richters.
Good evening. My name is Scout Richters. I'm Policy Director at the ACLU of Nebraska. Our address is 134 South 13th Street, number 1010, Lincoln, Nebraska 68508. I believe that you have received a letter from my colleague Rose Godinez, who's Legal Director at the ACLU of Nebraska and could not attend this evening. Rose is co-counsel in the litigation that Mr. Winston was referencing. The ACLU is asking the Planning Commission to oppose and halt any decision-making regarding the vacation of South First Street, SAV 23005, because of the impact of it will have on Indigenous residents of the city of Lincoln, and because this vacation violates the Lincoln-Lancaster County 2050 Comprehensive Plan, as the previous testifier referenced. First, the land surrounding the location contemplated by SAV 23005 have been and are sacred lands, and they hold spiritual significance to several local Indigenous communities. As Ms. Danker referenced, the sweat lodge is the first known and longest sweat lodge in use in the state of Nebraska. Native American religious practitioners currently hold at least 2 sweat lodge ceremonies per week in the location abutting First Street. The proposed development furthered by SAV 23005 will interfere with the legally protected right to practice religion. Today, the Planning Commission has the opportunity to protect Indigenous culture and practices by halting any further development near the sweat lodge abutting South First Street. Additionally, SAV 23005 violates the Lincoln-Lancaster County 2050 Comprehensive Plan. SAV 23005 does not comply with Goal 9 of the plan, in that civic participation for SAV 23005 was inequitable, and there has not been participation in planning and contribution with historically underrepresented groups, including but not limited to Native Americans and practitioners of Indigenous religions.
SAB 23005 does not comply with Goal 12 of the comprehensive plan, as it prevents the continued use and maintenance of historic and cultural resources, including but not limited to the sweat lodge abutting South First Street. SAB 23005 does not comply with Policy 37 of the comprehensive plan in that it burdens the Native American community's use and enjoyment of the land's historical and cultural resources, including but not limited to the sweat lodge abutting South First Street. SAB 23005 does not comply with Policy 47 of the comprehensive plan, as the administrators that are planning and developing Wilderness Crossing and the vacation of South First Street have not actively engaged with cultural groups to provide planning and policy input. SAB 23005 does not comply with Element 6 of the comprehensive plan in that it burdens the community's use and enjoyment of historical and cultural resources, including but not limited to the sweat lodge. As such, we would strongly urge the Commission to reject SAB 23005 and consult with the Native American community regarding its impact and comply with the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Foster Collins.
Good evening. I'm Foster Collins. I reside at 2100 Calvert Street, Lincoln, and I'm here representing myself. This project has been flawed from the get-go. There have been way too many assumptions made and decisions pushed forward when we really should have looked at more information. As you just heard, the comp plan and the climate action plan both ask you to consider a lot more than just the rules, the codes, the regulations, which is all that the planning department brought to you when they recommended approval of this the first time. Those are the objective facts. The developer did check all of the boxes on of the objective criteria, the codes, the regulations, but the comp plan asks you to consider a lot of subjective things. The value of the natural areas, the special value because of their rarity, the plant species, the bird species, the sandstone prairie, the wetland communities, the bur oak communities. These will all, these subjective values that the comp plan charges you with taking into consideration. And it was presented to you as though if all of these boxes were checked, you had no reason not to approve it. I think that at this point, you have an opportunity to salvage some protection for the park and for the Native American cultural significance. I would request that you make a condition on the approval of this vacation of First Street, the removal of the lots on the east side of the new First Street, the 33 to 34 lots, and make them a part of the buffer for Wilderness Park as a condition. Back in the 70s and 80s, there was when there was resistance to develop lots of developments. There was a claim that government was taking landowners' rights when they denied certain developments to go forward. There was a counter argument that wasn't as well known that was called a giving. In this case, I think that the city has been presenting Wilderness Crossing with a giving, the value of its proximity to Wilderness Park. That's added value to Wilderness Crossing just because it is directly adjacent to one of the most beautiful areas of the park. The homeowners that would buy their lots and the developers and the people that sell, the realtors that sell them, will have added value. They even took the name Wilderness from Wilderness Park. I mean, there's a lot of value that they have received already. A 10-foot outlot is not a buffer, and whatever problems there are getting water to establish native plantings, I think that that's something that should really be looked at real hard, and we should work on to make sure that it happens. But I would urge you to add those lots on the other side, on the east side, the near side to Wilderness Park, as a buffer, as a condition of approving the vacation of First Street. Any questions? Thank you.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, everyone. My name is Erin Poor. I am a resident of Lincoln, Nebraska, a graduate from Lincoln High, a citizen of Cherokee Nation, and a member of the Niskite Prayer Camp. I'm happy to be amongst your presence tonight. It's good to be in communication, and it's good to be in relationship with all of you. We appreciate this opportunity to be able to be in discussion. Thank you. I am in opposition to everything related to wilderness crossing for reasons I'm sure you're already aware, and for the things that have already been shared by my relatives. We continue to continue to fight and to remain hopeful that there will be some positive movement with regard to our negotiations with the city and with the development company as well. So we are not giving up hope. We do hope for a more positive resolution that will lend itself to communally beneficial land use in that area. But I do want to speak about the vacation of First Street, not because we condone this development, but because we want to be a part of this conversation. We feel as though we were excluded from this conversation. We, the Native community, we, the people who are using that land for ceremony in that area. As this person over here said earlier, that this project has been in development for years. And it's just so surprising to hear, because we've not been involved in any of those conversations. Right now, we have 2 sweat lodges that exist inside the city limits. That's 2 churches, for all intents and purposes. Just imagine how many churches there are in this city. And you realize that, wow, there's not a lot of opportunities for our Native community and allies to go and pray in their specific ways. It takes more than just a backyard and a piece of land to create the ideal environs for a ceremonial space such as this sweat lodge. And so we've been trying to advocate for that land, not just the area where the lodge is placed, but the entire environment in its surroundings. It all is a part of the ceremony. It all is a part of our spiritual practices, which is why we fought so hard and why we continue to fight when it comes to the desecration of that land. We call it desecration because we believe that land to be sacred. And it comes into an important factor in our ceremonies. We do want to advocate, like some of my relatives had said, for an increased buffer zone. So if the development is allowed to continue, if First Street is allowed to be vacated, we do want that buffer zone to be expanded to include all of the area between the new proposed First Street and the west border of Wilderness Park and the Danker property. The 10 feet out lot just simply is insufficient. Like some of my relatives have shared so far, we've already seen disregard and desecration of that land, but also violation of environmental protections in that land. And my relative Dylan here began to speak about it, but I also want to share some video footage so that you actually have a little bit of a better sense of what is truly going on here. So You're seeing an excavator on the wilderness crossing land here. And it's right on the kind of retention wall of a retention pond. There's the water there. That right there is a hole that has been scooped out to allow water to flow from a retention pond in the development into the pipes that will then take it into Wilderness Creek. We were told, but before the development ever began, that this would not happen. There would not be sediment flowing into Salt Creek. Here's a photo of the retention pond before it was actually excavated. It was already full to the brim. I actually brought that excavator in on a Saturday to scoop out a hole in that retention wall to allow that water to drain from that retention pond more freely into Salt Creek. And here is a photo of some of that flow. It's hard to see on this, but all of that ground is highly sedimented water covering the ground. Here also. This is not what Salt Creek looks like. If you go to, I'm sorry that the quality is not very good here.
Your time is up too.
Oh, I didn't get a 1-minute warning. Okay. Well, all I wanted to say was please take the time to consider that how Wilderness Crossing represents itself is not how Wilderness Crossing acts. There's already negative fallout to the environment and tons of harm to the Native community. We ask for you to please take that into consideration as you're considering what to do with the vacation of First Street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You see me here, Christina Brandner, 5224 South 61st Street in Lincoln. And I'm wearing a hand over my mouth as an ally to the Niskithe prayer camp. And so you can better understand me, I will take it off. But it is highly symbolic to us because we do feel we were trampled and not heard, and we were silenced. I am actually born in Germany and came to Lincoln as a young professional. Lincoln is my adopted town, and I absolutely love it here. But the kind of treatment my Indigenous brothers and sisters got here is something that I cannot live with, and I am helpless to fathom. I was impressed with all of your listening skills to the previous project, all these people who came and showed you their heart. And I'm so glad that they were heard, and I'm so glad for them that this was rejected. And it just saddens me to no end that this could not have been done for my Indigenous brothers and sisters. Because the significance of Snell Hill, of those trees on that little hill across the street from the fish farm, I don't know if you ever go to any of the places that you have to decide upon. I was born in the Black Forest. The trees are my brothers. The trees are something I live with. And although these trees on Snell Hill were not my Black Forest trees, but they were my Lincoln trees. And for developers to come in and just flatten an important part, and what do you know about the history of how that specific land was used when these tribes came And they may have been fighting other places, but there they were not. That is sacred land, peaceful land. And then you bring in these machines. And yes, you desecrate the land. And I can't fathom that that has happened. There's nothing, I suppose, we can do. And I'm not claiming to be indigenous, I am not. But if it affects me as much as it does, I can't even imagine how deeply my indigenous brothers and sisters are affected. And so I'm just asking you to look at that sliver of land that is supposed to buffer people who are trying to do ceremonies within the land while, fire from grilling wafts over and people who have drunk too much are making sounds. Imagine that would be happening in your churches.
One more minute.
So what I'm asking is, those 10 feet are ridiculous. So the row of houses between the new First Street and the old First Street, they need to go. And I implore you, since you can't take back what you have decided earlier, but at least halt them out and take that row away. Thank you.
Shelley said everybody on the list.
Can you hear me all right? My name is Anastasia Finner. I live at 2315 D Street here in Lincoln, Nebraska. I too oppose this entire development and have seen the destruction of Snell Hill firsthand, and it is devastating. But I suppose I have a slightly different point that I would like to bring up, and that is the City Council of Lincoln has received thousands of dollars in campaign contributions from holding companies, realtors, contractors, and construction companies. This list includes, but is not limited to, Charter Title and Escrow Services, A&E Consulting Group, Ayers and Ayers Construction, Apples Way LLC, Nebraska Realtors PAC, Home PAC, Olson Incorporated, Morgan Construction, BNSF Railway, and Black Hills Energy. I find it also interesting that the same city council that is allowing this devastation to happen, this racism to happen, also took money from Bold Alliance and Nebraska Conservation Voters. And I would like to read the mission statement from the Bold Alliance. And it says, the Bold Alliance is a network of small but mighty groups in rural states working to protect land and water. We fight fossil fuels to protect, we fight fossil fuel projects, protect landowners against eminent domain abuse, and work for clean energy solutions while building an organized base of citizens who care about the land, water, and climate. The Bold Alliance works with an unlikely alliance of farmers, ranchers, fish folk, tribal nations, and progressives to stop risky fossil fuels and industrial food projects with grassroots style we use to stop the Keystone XL pipeline. We believe that small but mighty can and does beat big and powerful. We work to end eminent domain for private gain pipelines. We believe the same climate test used by President Obama to reject the Keystone XL pipeline should be applied to all fossil fuel projects. We want to see America make clean energy transition with landowners, workers, and frontline communities to the table. Does the facilitation of the destruction of Snell Hill, endangering the NEP Sweat Lodge and indigenous peoples and in Wilderness Park, does that sound like the work of people who protect land, water, and climate? have you seen the devastation firsthand? Have you gone there? Were you there when they were taking the trees out? The amount of trauma that has been caused is incredibly obscene. Like right now, the old photos of American politicians who denied Indigenous people the right to live their lives is starting to look. It's not starting to look, it does look like the Lincoln City Council and the city government of Lincoln. If you do care about the people, the water, and the land, you will listen to these pleas. Because what has happened since last year has been nothing but pain hurled at communities who are still suffering the effects of colonialism. What you need to do now is to prove that you are listening. We are advocating for peace. What has happened can not be undone. And it was the city of Lincoln that over 50 years ago created Wilderness Park to protect the city. Don't continue the legacy of racism. Don't be part of a history that continues to deny Indigenous people their lives.
1 more minute.
You can do something about it. Now you have to actually just do it and be unafraid to do it and to listen, because the voices have already told you. Thousands of people have sent in petitions trying to stop this project. Where is the democracy? Haven't seen it. That's all.
That's everybody that was on the list. Is there anyone else? I think we've heard from anyone. All right. All right, staff questions. Yes, Dick.
We're dealing with street and alley vacation, and as I understand it, and I may be incorrect, that if we were to vote for this new First Street location with the stub into the property for the sweat lodge and such, that the negotiation could continue on how she would like to have the street configured with the different options. And that would not be part of this at all. That's a private agreement, correct?
Correct. A few things. The new First Street location has been approved. That was approved in the PUD that was approved in 2022. So the street and alley vacation before you is just procedural steps to actually to get Old First Street to the point where it can be vacated. So your charge is whether that street vacation is in conformance with the comprehensive plan. It's certainly in conformance with the PUD and the annexation change of zone agreement that City Council passed in 2022. Also, to your other point, Commissioner Campbell, your role here is advisory, so none of this is final action. It will go to City Council, which will, by ordinance, vacate the street, and at that point, there's still another step to the city would convey it, not another government approval step, but so, and as the developer stated, that's several months into the future, actually making it to City Council. So we anticipate that the city developer and Ms. Danker will continue to have discussions about making that connection in a way that works for her.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So several of the testifiers asked that the row of homes between the new First Street and Wilderness Park not be developed. Is that even an option?
So that is not before you today. The PUD is not before you. This is not an amendment to the PUD. Again, it's just affirming what is already in the PUD that's been approved with the new location of First Street and allowing that to happen by moving the vacation forward. So no creating additional buffer zone or making those lots, anything other than developer-owned lots, is not before you today.
And that will come before us with the PUD, with final plat?
No, the PUD has, was approved a year ago.
Additional questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Applicant rebuttal?
Maybe just a couple follow-up points. I think Abby did a good job of just explaining where we're at. You know, we had the public hearings and the city council vote, planning commission and city council vote back in 2012. They looked at the comprehensive plan conformance at that time, approved a PUD with the specific plans for how this would be laid out, including the relocation of First Street as part of that plan and the 10-foot outlot as part of that plan. So the buffer decision and the relocation of the road's already been decided. Again, this is a procedural step to just move forward with the vacation, that the annexation agreement, the city council agreed that's what they would do. That would be the step that they would take. Ken had mentioned, and I think there were some other folks asking for continued deferral while these settlement negotiations go on. Wilderness Crossing is not part of a lawsuit. We're not part of the settlement negotiations. So all we're doing is moving forward with the agreement we have in place with the city, which requires us to provide the driveway access to Ms. Danker as part of the vacation. We've presented two really viable options, I think, to Ms. Danker, and she can choose which one she prefers, but we have lived up to what we said we would do in the annexation agreement. And so we're just asking for the city to follow through with what they agreed to do in the annexation agreement. There was also some question a little bit about do you have that map, Mike, about the native seeding? Just for clarification, for your information, basically, the native seeding would be within our 10-foot outlot, and then on the portion of the right-of-way that's being vacated, that's going back to the park. So ultimately, responsibility for maintenance of that would be back with the park, not with the developer. And that's already part of the annexation agreement and the PUD that was agreed to. You know, these weren't the only concessions that were made. There's lighting restrictions that we've placed on this entire development. That was part of the negotiations to provide some sensitivity to Wilderness Park. So there's other components that were part of the overall package that was agreed to and that the council considered, you know, when they made the decision for approval back in 2022. So we're just trying to continue on with what we agreed to do and asking the city to do the same with the vacation.
Additional questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
I would move that we close the public hearing. Campbell?
Second, Edgerton.
Campbell,
Yes.
Cruz,
Yes.
Edens,
Yes.
Edgerton,
Yes.
Fight,
Yes.
Rodenberg,
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Public hearing closed.
And I would move that we would approve street and alley vacation 23005.
Second, Edgerton.
My reasoning for this is they brought up issues that we've been dealt with before, and it's gone through both the Planning Commission and the City Council. You know, those were all decided previously, and our only job at this point is to confirm the vacation of Old First Street, moving it to the new First, which actually moving that traffic into the development gives them even a better buffer from what it could have been. So I will be supporting this.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the street and alley vacation does not, other than having them have the opportunity to move forward, it does not really reflect the plan that's already been approved. I'm appreciate that Ms. Danker wants to review the plan and wants to involve other groups in that review and make sure that that's
whatever she might select will work for the other folks that use her property. And I think that's wonderful that she will involve them in making that decision.
I did vote in opposition when the first proposal came around to allow them to use this property, but I was in the minority, and I understand. I'm still upset that this whole process is devastating to our indigenous people and a sacred ground for them. But this is kind of a check the boxes kind of thing. We're not making a no vote would just be a protest against what's already been through. So I will vote yes.
Any additional discussion?
Campbell.
Yes.
Cruz.
Yes.
Edens.
Yes.
Edgerton.
Yes.
Fight.
Yes.
Rodenberg.
Yes.
Ryman Yost.
Yes.
Approved 7-0.
At this time, anyone wishing to speak on an item that is not on the agenda may do so.
Hopefully we don't hold you up anymore.
Hello, Commissioners. Congratulations on the marathon session. I do just two things real quick. I just want to keep in mind that when we do make decisions, there are effects that we don't think will actually happen, especially the sediment that's going into Salt Creek right now from the development. The damage is done. It's unexcusable. And we were all led to believe that the park would not be polluted by this project. Second thing, I know you all love Wilderness Park. I know you love our greenways, and we're hosting a film screening of Salt Valley Greenways Nature's Network at the Sheldon Art Gallery, November 4th at 2 o'clock. Chris Beitler's in it, Sarah Hartzell's in it, a lot of amazing people celebrating our greenways. I highly suggest checking that out and joining us at the Sheldon. Thank you for all you do. I know it's hard. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you. Take a motion?
Move to adjourn.
I have something.
Oh,
sorry. Sorry?
This isn't on the agenda, but I do just want to ask each and every one of you to just be more thoughtful in the ways that you personally can address the inequities of how this government runs. I understand it feels like a check the box kind of thing, but when decisions are made that exclude historically minoritized communities, and then those decisions are put forth and agreed upon and voted upon and advanced and that kind of thing, and then it's your responsibility to say, well, it's already been agreed upon, et cetera, we just have to say yes. You each are playing a role in the continuation of exclusion of Indigenous voices and other historically minoritized people. So I just ask you, in your work as commissioners, to think creatively about how this type of experience can be avoided in the future. Because you just saying, well, we've already approved something that was already flawed, that was already discriminatory, that was already inequitable. What does that do for your city?
but Aaron, I would say that the challenge here is that our entire the entire basis by which the Planning Commission is organized around the regulations of the city and those, it's about property ownership and the balancing of the rights of property owners, whether and that's an injustice in itself, but it's that's the way the government is currently set up. And this body works within the confines of that. And I struggle with that personally, but I was also appointed to work within that system. And so in working with Ms. Danker as a neighboring property owner and understanding, what we're trying to do with Wilderness Park and the use of that property has to go through her. And then the development is owned by someone else. I understand exactly what you're saying, and but I'm working within the oppressiveness of that procedure. That's what it is.
It is, yeah.
And it's the government that is currently in place, and I empathize with what you're saying.
I appreciate that, Tracy.
Yeah.
As a citizen of this community, I just wish that I could see a government that would evolve a bit to reflect the community that lives here. We know that this government runs on property rights. We know that as Indigenous people, we know that deeply.
I know.
We were forced out of our collective land holdings.
I mean
for
to be
that.
disrespectful.
No, you showed that you understand. And with that deep understanding, I would just hope and pray that the leaders that sit in front of me will take their deep understanding to strive to make those changes. And maybe it's not you now in this current position.
Right.
But in other opportunities, because it's not okay, and we would love to have different outcomes, and I know you would too, probably. But yeah, we have an issue here. We have a real problem, and we are asking you to help us.
Voices like yours earlier and often. This came before us quite a long time ago. Are we looking at a year?
18 months, I think.
And
We were there.
No, there was one Native person that came and he spoke. One. The very first planning commission. Yes?
No.
We have to be careful, guys. We can hear things that are on the agenda, but
yeah, just early and often is always come and talk. We appreciate your voices. Honestly, we do. And we do listen, and when we can do something, we try.
Thank you.
Move to adjourn.
Second, fight.
Campbell?
Yes.
Bruce?
Bruce?
Bruce. Yes.
Edens?
Yes.
Edgerton?
Yes.
Fight?
Yes.
Rodenberg?
Yes.
Ryman, yes.
Yes.
We are adjourned.
Thanks for staying, Tracy.